Okay, ready to proceed? And Shaw is live, so, okay. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Lethbridge City Council meeting for Tuesday, February the 23rd, 2021. We'll begin with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. I'm going to ask the City Clerk now to do a roll call.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Crowson.
Here.
Councillor Morrow.
Yeah.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Here.
Mayor Spearman.
Present?
Councillor Campbell.
Present.
And we have in chamber Councillor Parker and Mayor Spearman. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to bouquets. I'll start with Councillor Morrow. Councillor Morrow, do you have any bouquets?
No, nothing, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'd like to give a bouquet to this year's Women of Distinction Award winners. The winners have been announced. They are Shannon Little, Carrie Takayasu, Ruth Scales McMahon, and Rachel Nickel. And they will have an online event March 5th to honor these 4 women of Southern Alberta. So congratulations to the 4, and I look forward to virtually celebrating with you on March 5th.
Sounds great. In a week. Okay, Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I would just like to give a huge shout out to all those that supported the polar plunge that happened a couple weeks ago. For Special Olympics, Chief Medizida from the Lethbridge Police, as well as Inspector Doberstein, Constable Hagan, and myself, we got together and we were able to raise $4,000 for the Special Olympics. And so thank you to all of those donors out there. And Councillor Miyashiro was able to stay warm for yet one more year, but we'll maybe connect with him next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to shout out to our infrastructure services, to all the people that have cleared the pathways in our park system over, got a bit of snow the last few weeks. And special note, I just noticed that these intersections, I even noticed on University Drive where the traffic lights are, even when it was snowing hard, the crews were out there on the weekends clearing off the snow on the ramps to make sure it was accessible for all people. So it was just great to see. Those little things are the big things in life. And so I just want to kudos to them for getting out there and clearing those sidewalks off. Thank you.
Pretty cold temperatures in the last couple of weeks. Yep, thank you. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'd like to give a huge shout out to all the volunteers for animal rescues that during our cold weather snap went out and walked dogs, looked after cats, and helped out with the horse rescues and did the things that many people don't realize have to go on because we're caring for living creatures. So a big shout out to all those volunteers.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Appreciate the opportunity. A big shout out today to all the folks connected to agriculture, which would make all of us, as long as you've eaten. Today is National Agriculture Day. Folks across Canada are celebrating by showing off recipes and their gardening plans, etc. I'd encourage everyone, especially here in Lethbridge and Southern Alberta, to do the same. We are the home of Canada's premier food corridor, and I think that's something to celebrate. So just celebrating National Ag Day. Further to Councillor or Deputy Mayor Miyashiro's comments about the animal rescue groups, Lethbridge Animal Services was out in force when the cold snap hit. There was quite a online presence about a stray black dog that had been very elusive on the north side. And knowing that the weather was about to take a turn, our animal services folks garnered a bunch of volunteers, and they went out in force, and they managed to rescue that animal, who's doing very well now, safe and warm at our shelter. So thanks to everyone in our community for all you do.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Nothing at this time, Your Worship.
Councillor Kaufman.
Nothing, Mayor Spearman. Thank you.
I'll give a bouquet to everyone who's supported the coldest night of the year. That's the fundraiser for Streets Alive, and they are trying to help people who are homeless, and of course, the last few weeks have been very cold for them as well. So giving people food and giving people shelter is only a very humanitarian thing to do, and those that help and support and, with the financing of that, kudos to them. With that, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Okay, I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Miyashiro. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of City Council held on Tuesday, February the 9th be approved, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that the minutes of the public hearing held on Tuesday, February the 9th be approved, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions, February 23rd, 2021, with the following amendment. That the date of the Recreation and Culture Master Plan operational review be deferred to March 9th, 2021 from February 28th, 2021. And further be it resolved that City Council receive for information the following report. Procurement Summary Report for January 2021. Further be it resolved that City Council adopt the recommendation contained in the following Standing Policy Committee report. Temporary mandatory face mask coverings bylaw. And further be it resolved that City Council give first reading to the following bylaws. Bylaw 6268, Land Use Bylaw Amendment, re 15 Micmac Boulevard West. Bylaw 6271, Local Improvement Lane Paving Petition number LP 19-3, and Bylaw 6272, Local Improvement Lane Paving Petition number LP 19-04. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Firstly, I'd like to pull out item 2.5 out of the consent agenda to be voted on today.
Okay, item 2.5.
Temporary mandatory face coverings bylaw.
Not numbered.
That would be the masking bylaw?
This one.
Yes.
Okay, so you're pulling it out to be voted on separately. Is there a seconder required?
Yes.
Yes. Is there anyone willing to second that motion?
I'll
Carlson.
second.
I think that was Crowson.
Okay, Councillor Crowson is seconding pulling it out. So motion to separate, moved by Councillor Miyashiro.
Yeah, it would be a motion to remove item,
Motion to remove item 2.5
the consent agenda.
from the consent agenda, moved by Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, seconded by Councillor Crowson. Any debate? Okay, all in favor? And I think we'll do a roll call.
Councillor Kaufman,
In favor?
Councillor Crowson,
In favor.
Councillor Morrow,
Favor?
Councillor Parker,
Favor?
Acting Mayor Hagan,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro,
In favor?
Mayor Spearman,
In favor?
Councillor Campbell,
In favor?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Carried 9-0.
Okay, it's unanimous. So 2.5 will be separated. Now we'll go back to the main consent agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Open for questions from my colleagues.
Are there any questions on the consent agenda as amended? Councillor Kaufman? Or is that
Carlson, I believe.
Carlson? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just to ensure, because I can't see the screen, that the resolution has been amended.
It has.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. Okay, ready to deal with the main motion as amended?
Yeah. Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I see none. It's unanimous. Okay. Okay, so 2.5 was removed. Is there anything, is there a motion?
You can deal with that, that item now, or you
Okay.
can deal with it later in the agenda, whatever council desires.
Let's deal with it now.
Okay, so,
Actually, maybe we deal with it later? We have somebody here for a presentation. So why don't we do the presentation and deal with it at bylaws?
Okay.
okay, in bylaws, okay, we'll deal with it in bylaws, unless there's any objection, okay? All right,
Yep,
so
good
we'll
idea.
move to the next item, which is the agenda. Okay, I have a resolution from Acting Mayor Higgin. Adoption of agenda. The agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on February 23rd be adopted as presented, including all communications as submitted by the city clerk. Now, at this time, does somebody wish to add 2.5 from the consent agenda to bylaws?
I will, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, moved by Councillor Miyashiro. Is there a seconder?
Carlson.
Seconded by Councillor Carlson. Any debate? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the mask bylaw will be added, will be discussed during bylaws. So now the resolution will say that the agenda of the regular city council meeting on February 23rd be adopted as amended, including all communications as submitted by the city clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have 3 additions to the agenda.
Okay,
I have a council inquiry from Councillor Kaufman, and that would be item 8.1, and it's on recycling clarification. I have 2 items to add to the in-camera agenda. 10.5, BCC update, that's a verbal. 10.6, code of conduct matter, and that's a verbal. Thank you.
yep. Okay, so that the agenda of the regular city council meeting of February 23rd be adopted as amended, including all communications as submitted by the city clerk. Councillor Higgin?
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay, we'll now move on to presentations, and we will invite Mr. Rob Van Spronson, the chair of the Lethbridge Police Commission, to come and speak to us about the police budget reduction impact. Mr. Van Spronson.
Thank you so much, Council, for inviting me here to speak to you about the budget reduction for the Lethbridge Police Service. I believe that you have a report given to you by the Commission, so if I can direct you to that report there. So as you know, the Police Commission operates on a 4-year budget cycle, and we're currently halfway through. The $2 million budget reduction will show up as a reduction of $1 million for this current year, and $1 million for the next year. The Lethbridge Police Commission has spent considerable time over the past 3 months reviewing the finances with the police service and have come up with a plan that will see no change in the level of service that is currently provided to the citizens of Lethbridge in 2021 or 2022. I just want to give a huge thanks to our Finance Committee and the police service for working with us to come up with that plan. So essentially what we said in the report there is that the budget reduction will be mitigated by using the Budget Appropriation Unexpended Funds, or the BAU funds. In addition, there's potential retirements, various claims such as workers' compensation, short-term disability, and vacancies, which will help also reduce the impact of the budget cut on the employees for the next couple of years. So BAU funds are funds that have been allocated in the budget cycle but not spent. The largest part of these unspent funds come from the salary budget of the sworn officers. So the salary portion of the budget has allocated enough funds for 173 sworn officers. So at the moment, the service is at 166 because of retirements and vacancies. And while the service has been busy over the last couple of years recruiting new members, we don't have quite a full complement yet. So these unspent funds accumulate over the course of the budget cycle. Upon approval of the commission and the city manager, these BAUs are typically reallocated to other projects or initiatives that are not part of the regular budget. So if you take a look at the green portion in that report, you'll see some of the areas that were initially allocated for BAU funds, but now with the reduction in revenue from the city, the commission will repurpose those reallocated funds towards the revenue shortfall. In addition, when we look ahead to 2021-2022, we believe that we will not use up all the budget allocations for the sworn officers as well. Again, as usual, there are vacancies, workers' compensation, or short-term disability claims that reduce that pressure on the budget. So the bottom line then is that the commission will mitigate the budget shortfall through repurposing BAU funds. And in doing so, we will not have to reduce any of the level of services that are currently provided to the citizens. Now, in the unlikely event that all the BAUs are used up before the end of the current budget cycle in 2022, the Commission has looked at potential reductions in the current level of programs that will have the least impact on core policing. Should we need to do that, we would expect to provide council with advance notice. So 2023 would be the start of a new budget cycle, and then we, of course, expect to be working with council at that time to let you know what our needs are for the police service. So our plan does come with a bit of a caveat, though. It's tempting to think that the LPS has been overfunded if we can so seemingly absorb $1 million in each of the 2 years in our budget cycle. We need to understand that historically the BAUs gave flexibility for the LPS to navigate fairly quickly through troubled waters. For example, there's been some pressure on the police service to use body-worn cameras. So some of the BAU funds have been used to start that process of investigating the costs of using body-worn cameras. As well, the rapidly changing pace of technology and its increasing costs have impacted the LPS, and BAU funds have in the past been used to mitigate that as well. And then, of course, we have the Police Act, which is currently under review by the provincial government, and there may be some budget pressures coming out of that as well. So moving forward with this plan, we will be depleting most of our BAUs, which will make the LPS less impervious to handling situations that potentially have high costs associated with them. So if you take a look at the last few pages of the report, we want to let council know that we are committed to providing a high level of service to the citizens of Lethbridge. In order to do that, we believe that we should not be dropping below 173 police officers serving our city. With the increase in the drug trade that Lethbridge has experienced so far, the Commission realizes that now is not the time to reduce police service. And we appreciate Council's recognition of the outstanding benefit of the WATCH initiative, the CPO program, and the PACT. These programs have made a positive impact to the citizens. So while we feel that we can absorb $1 million per year reduction for the next 2 years, we do not believe this to be sustainable in the long run and still maintain the current levels of service. So with that in mind, the focus of the Lethbridge Police Commission for 2021 will be to mitigate the effect of the reduction on the budget in an effort to maintain the same level of service as before. And the development of a strategic plan is an important step in that process. As a result, the Lethbridge Police Commission will be working in the next year to develop a strategic plan in consultation with Lethbridge City Council, with the police service, and with the public. And the results of the KPMG operational review will be considered an important part of that plan. I'd be pleased to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Van Spronson, and we appreciate your report. Very detailed. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Van Spronson, for the presentation today. First and foremost, congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Being elected as chair. I appreciate your service and do appreciate the work of you and all your commission members and the LPS administration for doing the work that's in front of us today. It's greatly appreciated. I think this is much happier news to me. During the budget time, there was quite a lot of talk about having to cut services and the devastating effects. I appreciate the work that's been done to mitigate those impacts on our citizens. So thank you very much. I did have one question around when we, in the report you submitted the police service comparison, and if I can just ask a question to you about that through you, Your Worship. All of those authorized strength graphs and comparisons and data, all of them remove any mention of our CPOs. If you add those in, we're quite a bit higher. I'm wondering why we don't include CPOs anywhere in those comparisons.
Yeah, and that's a good question. Can I ask our chief to answer that question?
Sure.
Sure. The CPOs, if you look at all those municipalities, they do have their own CPO, so it's not something that LPS has in addition or extra to as compared to those police services. But the strength really, when you look at the CPOs, we were just comparing the police officers in each jurisdiction, and again, when you compare us to Red Deers or other jurisdictions, they also have the CPOs. So I think if we were to add those numbers, I think we are going to look even worse. But short answer to your question, the CPOs also do exist in those jurisdictions as well. But when we were doing comparison, the comparison was made based on police officer strength, not all the other programs.
Thanks, Chief. I appreciate that. And once again, thank you for all the work you've done to get us here today. I appreciate it. But just to be then 100% clear, because it doesn't just talk about sworn officers, it talks about casual and civilians as well. And so you're clear that all of those other jurisdictions don't include the CPOs anywhere, they're all factored out?
That's correct. Because
and further to that, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, there's a distinction between police officer and community peace officer. So they can't be included in the police officer strength of a department. Those are different programs for each department. But when you look at, so the distinction we had made was, I think in that graph talked about civilians and police officers. But we didn't have programs such as a WATCH, which is really mostly a volunteer program. In there, again, WATCH is something I believe, again, the other communities have other forms of volunteer programs within their police department, but that doesn't speak to the strength of their police service as far as the police officers go. So the police officer, that's the comparison that we had made. But if council wants, we can always dig to find out what is the strength of their CPOs, et cetera, in those jurisdictions, and provide that information as well. But they don't count towards the police officers in the community. They are very different programs, different basically programs that provide the service to the community, but they're not really police officers.
Thanks, Chief. And I'd appreciate the look, whether it makes us look better or worse. I'd rather know. Just because when I looked through the reports, I think I'm trying to just go by memory. I think it was Red Deer that talked about it in their casual and part-time stuff also included volunteers. And so I was just curious if they included CPOs in their casual part-time or volunteer lists, or if for some reason all police agencies, when report their numbers, just remove CPOs, don't talk about them. And I couldn't figure out why they would do that. So if that information is available, I'd love to see it. Thank you.
Sure. Just to comment on a lot of the jurisdictions, CPOs in some jurisdictions don't report to the police. Like in places like Red Deer, they have a different reporting mechanism to the city. Doesn't really come under the umbrella of the police services. Strathcona County is the same. They have their own managers, hierarchy that they report to the city directly. Again, they're a partner in public safety, but the model is very different as compared to Lethbridge Police, where they come under the police umbrella.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Mr. Van Spronson, for this presentation. And thank you so much for actually having an annual plan. It's 2 sentences. We'll work on that. But thank you for the first time in 15 years for having the annual plan in there. As your strategic plan, how will the community be able to participate in that strategic plan as you move ahead? I know it's early days and you're just thinking about it, but is there a commitment that the public will participate in the development of the Police Commission strategic plan?
Yes, there is a commitment to having that done. What that's going to look like or how we're going to do that, we haven't really discussed that piece yet, sort of the logistical part of that. I've had some discussions also with the chief about getting public input into their plans as well. So we need to find a way to get the public involved. We just don't know exactly at this point how we're going to do that.
Because that is my next question. Of course, the Police Commission strategic plan will form the basis for whatever business plan, et cetera, comes from the police, right? Because of course, it's the responsibility of the Police Commission to lead and guide the plans that the police creates. So the strategic plan created by the commission will then feed into the business plan that the police are creating. Is this how the public can understand this?
That's our intention, yes.
Okay, and just, again, one last question for clarification. So the $1 million that was reduced from the budget will have no effect on police level and police service. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, yeah. We'll be able to maintain what we have right now with that reduction in revenue.
Thank you.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe my first question, if I may, to the city manager. These BAUs, first of all, so the audience that's watching, could you explain what that is, first off? And number two, my understanding was that the previous city manager took control of all BAUs from all departments. So I'd like to hear your comment on that, please, Mr. City Manager.
Certainly, Councillor Morrow. I'll ask Ms. Pinkson to help, but I'll answer the second question you posed first. The process today is the same as it was under the previous city manager, but I'll ask Ms. Pinkson if she can please provide that overview of the BAU process.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Morrow, the process of BAUs, specifically as it relates to departments, the boards and commission area is handled a little bit differently, just given the board oversight that they have. And so those specific areas would bring forward recommendations from their board or commission to provide suggestions to the city manager for review and a final approval in terms of what that looks like for a one-time funding source that is not ongoing. So in this instance, the Police Commission is proposing that they use a one-time funding source for an ongoing budget reduction that City Council approved in terms of reducing the police budget by $1 million. So they have used this as a funding source to temporarily reduce their budget, but this would not be sustainable on an ongoing basis. That process is brought forward to the city manager, reviewed and signed off. We track that information. It's reported in our unaudited financial information in terms of a summary, and we're also going to bring that to audit committee, or it is presented to audit committee, and we're going to look at doing that in further detail this go around in terms of the information that's included.
City manager, sorry, if I think you may have, do you want to respond at all, or because I have a further question if not?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, so if I heard you clearly, Ms. Pinkston, so it's the BAUs were with every department, but if I heard you correctly, you said that all boards and commissions like the GALT and obviously the police commission, those BAUs were not, do not fall under the city manager, because my understanding is that that's what happened with the business units. And so, did I understand that correctly?
So the boards and so the CEOs of those departments, so to speak, of GALT, library, and police would bring forward their recommendations in terms of what they would request to carry over as it relates to a BAU to their boards or commission in the police instance. That information then gets forwarded to the to corporate finance to compile and report out on in grand summary, because we have to report out on all our boards and commissions and all of our departments, and that is reviewed in its entirety by the city manager. Although at the end of the day, council's approval to the boards and commissions is a dollar value, not necessarily the service level or the requests that come in, but it is reviewed in its entirety by the city manager and signed off on for approval.
So as of today, how much is in the BAU that falls under the city manager / council?
So we've not finalized our 2020 year end at this point in time, so I don't have a direct summary, a full summary. We're just in the process of pulling that all of that information together. And but in the unaudited at the end of 2019, there was approximately $9.8 million related to department BAUs, as well as some additional information about the directional funding that council gave during the last budget deliberations. And all of that is reviewed and signed off by the city manager and reviewed with audit committee.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'll hop out. I have further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Croson?
Thank you. I believe there's others. Councillor Higgin, I've already asked first round, so if he wants to go next, I will hop back into the queue.
You have Councillor Parker?
Thank you. Just the acronym BAU, Ms. Pixon, can you explain what's that acronym stand for once again?
Councillor Parker, it's intended to be it's called a budget appropriation unexpended. It's intended to be a variance in the operating budget that is related to some sort of timing difference. So there was something that was intended to occur, and perhaps maybe it didn't, or it got delayed for whatever reason, and so the departments are asked to carry over that amount to ensure that they can fulfill that requirement in the next year. And so in this instance, we are provide some flexibility to our business unit managers to operate within the budget cycle, and that allows then for them to kind of manage some of those uncertainties throughout that process.
Thank you, Ms. Pixon. So BAU stands for, I should write this down. So I think a lot of people sometimes don't know what BAU stands for. We just kind of use it loosely. So can you say it again, the 3 words?
Budget,
okay.
Appropriation, unexpended.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pixon.
Acting Mayor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. A question I have is listening to the presentation. There's I see that we're sitting at 173 officers, and I think majority in the comparative areas as police officers per capita, we should be sitting at approximately 200 plus. And my question would be to the police chief, if I could. There's a reduction that's coming forward, and I think we've heard you discuss in the media previously that this would come at the loss of possible police officers. Now, I see transparency out there being very important with body-worn cameras, etc. Could you please explain that what those reductions really will look like, having less officers than what we should have per capita, and how we're able to do this over the next couple of years?
Sure. As the Commission Chair has explained, right now for this year and next year, we since we have the BAUs, I just want to keep the term simple here, our savings. We want to dip into our savings account to make sure that the budget shortfall, that the budget has taken away from us, we can spend that money before we cut any programs, because it doesn't make sense to cut programs when we have the money sitting in that savings account or BAUs. So that's really the model that we are going to be working with for the next 2 years. And as I've explained before the council previously, if we in fact had 173 police officers coming to work every day with no vacancies, nobody on WCB, etc., even the previous budget would not cover the expenses that we have. So we've been, I don't want to say we've been lucky, because when you don't have people working, it's not luck, it's just people are home or for different reasons not working. But because of the WCB claims, some of the vacancies that we've had in the department, and also COVID has had a role in it. We've had COVID costs, but COVID has also resulted in us not spending as much money on training. You can't send people away, you can't provide as much training. So there's been some savings that the department has realized because of these different factors. So based on that, we've decided we maintain status quo as we move on with our operation, our service to the community. And if we need extra money, we'll use that money that we have in the BAUs to actually cover off the shortfalls for the next 2 years. Now, I don't have a globe in my hand to really dictate. Tomorrow we may have all our officers coming back to work. Not very likely, but if that was the case, then we have to make serious considerations as to where we are going to save the $1 million. And that can only come from fewer police officers in the community, because majority of our budget has to do with salary dollars, not really other expenses. We did look at different areas to where we can save money, and if we can, we will. But those savings are basically trying to save pennies when you're looking at a lot more money to save. But $1 million budget cut really comes at a cost of 7 positions into our operations. That's police officers. And as previously discussed, at this point, we are not in a position to cut the civilian portion of the police department, because we are already very short on those fronts compared to other police departments. Like if you compare us to Red Deer, we need about at least 20 to 25 more civilians to keep wheels going every day. So based on that, now when we are looking at police officers, we have to look at programs that are not really part of core policing functions. I don't want to discount those programs because they're extremely important to what we do and how we serve the community. But when you look at, I'm not going to maintain those programs at a cost of delivering less than 24 hours a day policing to this community. So that's really the crux of the discussions, is the core policing is #1 priority for this community. We'll maintain that all the time. And if we need to cut programs, it's going to be programs that are not part of that core policing. They're important, but not critical to core policing functions. So that's where the cuts are going to be made. But as it's been explained, we'll continue to deliver the services that we have been, because there's no reason why we have to cut programs when we have savings that we can use. And hopefully we might not even spend that, because again, even though everybody may come back to work tomorrow, but we may have 10 more people going on WCB next month, which results in more savings to the department because of salary dollars. So again, we are just playing this in a format to be more responsive to this budget cut as far as our critical role in this community to serve the citizens. And in as much as we can stretch those dollars, we'll continue to deliver the programs the community deserves and the citizens want from us. But at some point, if it comes down to having no money left, then we have to make those serious critical decisions as to how we can serve the community, keeping core policing as the forefront of every operational means that we have.
Thank you, Chief. And my next question, if I could, for the city treasurer. It's my understanding that the police funds do not have to be expended, that, once they're approved, the commission can allocate these funds for future projects. So if it's body worn cameras, etc. And so is this not the purpose of BAUs to his treasurer?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Hagan. So it's to provide some flexibility to departments in terms of timing and uncertainty that comes up in the budget process. So in this instance, if there's unforeseen expenditures like the body cameras that the Police Commission supports and wants to bring forward in terms of some unanticipated surpluses, and that's the proposed option for that. The Police Commission obviously determines the service level to the community, and City Council approves the funding dollars that the police or Police Commission would operate under.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. Appreciate that.
Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Ms. Pinkston, I'm going to ask a rhetorical question, so please don't worry about answering it, but it's going to be asked as a question. What I've seen from BAUs in the past, working 17 years for the city before I moved over here, was if your budget was too large and you didn't want it to return to MRSR, if you stick it in a BAU, that also meant you could keep it. So again, that's a rhetorical question that I'll just sort of ask as a question at this point. But I have a question though for Mr. Van Spronson. As you're looking ahead, everybody is talking here about the next budget, what's going to happen after 2 years. If I understand correctly from other police commissions and from other city councils, once you have your annual plan and your strategic plan created, that then is brought forward by the police commission to the next city council when whomever is preparing the 2023 budget, and that is what would be used to make the case for what those budget years should be like. So this actually, you'll have the time now to create that good strategic plan for the police commission, that good annual plan that will then be shared with future councils. Am I correct in understanding though that's how it is planned to work, is that those plans will then be used by future councils to help determine the budget they provide to commission?
That would be my understanding as well. I mean, I don't think we've done that consistently over the last little bit, but certainly that's our plan. Obviously, by 2023, council needs to know what funds to allocate to the police service. It needs to be based on something, and so that something needs to be what is it that the commission feels are the priorities for policing in Lethbridge. So that makes sense to me to have that strategic plan in place well before we start asking money for the police budget. So that gives us these 2 years to kind of get that in place for the next budget cycle.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, no further questions. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just if I can, through you to Acting Mayor Hagan, if I can, I just need some clarification, and maybe you have access to a different information than I do as you're a member of the Police Commission. You said according to the information provided, we should have well over 200 officers. The information in front of council says that we're one under the provincial average. And so I'm just wondering, do you have different information, Acting Mayor?
It's just, I'm sorry, Councillor Carlson, it's if it's not in the package, and I don't see it as being in the package, but just what you've heard through different police forces throughout the country, and not just the province. And so that's what I brought up, that 200 or 200 plus per capita.
Okay, 200 plus would put us about 15% higher than the national average. So I don't have that. The highest I've seen is 185.
Let me get that information. I will definitely pass that along to you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Question through your worship, and I'm not sure if Ms. Pinkson or Mr. Van Spronson can answer this. Things like body cams, which may be interesting to our LPS. Would that be possible to make requests through the capital budget for? It doesn't seem like, I mean, I'm sure there may be some operating costs associated, but that seems to me like it could be a capital request. Has that type of request ever been made?
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Carlson. Typically, it would just depend on the dollar threshold. I don't know what the total costs of body cameras are. In terms of if something is included in the capital budget or the operating budget, depends on various factors like timing, also depends on kind of dollar value, and then the greatest impact in terms of life cycling and stuff would likely be included in the operating budget. So it kind of depends on what the specific item is.
Okay, so thank you. So there would be nothing precluding the commission putting in a capital request at CIP time, is what I'm hearing.
Again, I'm not sure what the total cost or dollar threshold of rolling out body cameras for the entire police force, but it's certainly something to look at for CIP or the next operating budget as a budget initiative, depending on the timing and need.
Okay, thank you for that. Maybe I'll then ask Mr. Van Spronson, is that something the commission has been discussing, if body cameras are something that is deemed necessary?
At this point, sorry,
go ahead.
At this point, we haven't had a full discussion on the body cameras yet. It's come up in discussion. We know that the service is right now doing some investigation on types and what it would be like and what the total cost could possibly be. We're looking at, what's the advantage of it versus the cost of it, and to see whether that was something that we would want to pursue from a commission perspective. And then Chief might have something to add in terms of the service perspective.
Sure. For the body cams, it's obviously something that we're not even going to entertain at this point, because we had set aside $240,000, I believe, in the BAUs. But again, that's the money that we hadn't spent, and we thought instead of coming to the city to put more burden on the city, that we can use that from the savings account to get those. But that's just for the hardware. It comes with obviously resourcing that we need to have, maybe an extra IT person to service those body cams. So it comes with at a little bit more cost than that. But when you look at the BAUs that we had set aside from the department perspective, it had to do with expenses, even if there's a significant event in the community that needs a lot of police resources and that we need to spend a whole bunch of money. Some money was put aside in case of that. We didn't have to come burden the council and the community to ask for extra dollars. They were kind of the money that we were setting aside for that that day that we needed, and we don't have to pressure the city. But now with this new model that we are moving forward, we're going to spend that money, and God forbid, in case of a serious event or something that we may need, that we have to, because again, body cams could become provincially, they may be told that every police force may have to have it, depending on where we're going with the act, etc. So, but if that happens, if we have the money, we can buy them. If not, we can certainly ask the commission to come to council for the budget and those resources that we can ask. But the reason the BAUs were set out to include those is so that we don't, the department doesn't put more pressure on the city for these asks moving forward.
No, I agree. I just, I hadn't ever seen, in my time that I recall, a capital ask from the commission through the council at our capital budgeting time. I was just wondering if it was ever done or could be done. I'm hearing that it could be done. So I think it to me, it makes a lot more sense rather than relying on operating surpluses that are put aside over many, many years, hoping or wondering what's coming. To if something's necessary, I just want to make sure that there's an avenue that you could approach council for capital requests. So that's all I wanted to raise. Thank you.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may, my first question to the chief. Chief, I just want to make sure I understood you clearly. You had indicated, I thought I heard you say using the word B or the letters BAU, and you called them savings. Did I hear you correctly when you said that?
I did, just for clarity, because this is the money that the department was in the budget that wasn't spent, and it has been approved for it to be repurposed in case the department feels it necessary. So maybe I chose the wrong word, but if we have this money sitting on the side for different projects that we are not going to use, for example, body-worn cameras, it's either I keep that money saving in that account sitting there and cut positions, or use that money to actually provide police services to the community. That's what I was referring to as savings, that if we have money sitting on the sideline for these projects, what is more important to the community, having less service and less police officers, or keeping the money on the sideline for body cams? That's what I was referring to. And if I use the wrong choice of words, my apologies on that.
No, I thank you, and I think that clarification is important, because I'm going to play the devil's advocate here for a minute. I mean, these projects, you know, all these ones that are listed here that equal $1 million that is in your presentation, were approved as important to the police and the police commission. And when you came to council, you asked us for that, and council approved the dollar value. I know we don't approve the specifics, but we've approved the dollar. So technically, the commission could always have projects like this, knowing full well, and I'm not saying that this is what you're doing today. Please, I'm not, make sure I want you to understand this is not where I'm going. But you could put in projects like this that then you can then use at a later date for your projects. And you have the right to do that. So my question to you, or to Mr. Van Spronsen, you have decided, just to be clear, that since the $1 million cut, you are now taking and eliminating these expenditures on these items and using that $1 million to cover the $1 million that council did not give you during our operating budget. Is that correct?
Yes, it's technically correct. What I mean by that is we're going to be repurposing some of the BAU funds. We don't know how much, of course, until we figure out the end of 2022, when we have all the budgets figured out in terms of the actuals versus the budget. But the idea is to repurpose some of the BAU funds towards maintaining the services that we currently have. That's not to say that there might be some of the BAUs that we still can use for the other projects.
Okay, I really don't like the use of BAU, because that, to me, that's really misleading, and I think that's only a term that we use here in the city of Lethbridge. I don't think any accountant will understand BAUs. So, because here's the way I'm looking at this. These are projects and these are expenditures that the commission approved and wants to spend money on. At some point, you felt these were important. You are now, I want to make sure I understand, you are now deciding to forego these particular expenditures, which equals $1 million, for you to spend on the $1 million shortfall of council. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, do you have other expenditures that you guys are thinking of at the commission that you may not use for what it was intended for initially? Because this BAU could balloon to 3 million if you guys wanted it to. You just don't. You just forego other expenditures. You could do that, correct?
Okay, I need clarification on the question, because it's not the way you make it sound as if we're trying to cheap out on our budget to
No, what I'm asking, what I'm asking is, you've identified exactly $1 million, which is the shortfall that council removed from your budget during operating budget.
Yeah.
My question is, so first of all, let me ask is this approved by the commission?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so the commission approved these particular expenditures no longer will be spent because you're going to take the $1 million towards whatever else you need it to satisfy the $1 million shortfall. Is
Yes,
that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, do you as a commission, you as the chair and the commission members, have any other projects or expenditures that you may not spend in order to free up more money to pay for whatever shortfalls you may anticipate?
No, not at the moment. If you're thinking about for the future, as a commission, we never know until the end of the budget year what potentially would be in the BAUs, right? Because we won't know. So usually at the end of the year, do we say, okay, there's X number of dollars left over, let's apply to the city manager and say, these are the things that we'd like to spend the money on. It's usually comes from the service to the commission, and then from the commission it goes to the city manager. So it's usually that process at the end of the year. We don't think ahead, okay, hopefully in 2021 we'll have X number of dollars left over, so we'll try that project.
Okay, and my final question, if I may, I totally understand that we have a sworn and council has approved the budget and the commission for 173 sworn officers. But what I'm hearing is that on any given day, we could be at 155 to 160 officers on the streets. So for those that are not on the streets for whatever reason, disability, whatever reason they're off for, what happens with that money? Are they still getting paid, or is there an overflow of funds that technically could be used for more police to be hired? I'd like to understand that.
Okay, I'll let the chief maybe take a look at that one.
For people on long-term disability, the quick answer is no. Their salary dollars is not coming out of our budget. It comes from other sources, and doesn't impact the city. And that's why we have sometimes these variances depending on how many people actually work and come to work and how many people are on WCB. And just to comment also on previous question that you asked the chair here, when you look at the BAU expenses, it's something that's really hard to know, even if I need to dig into that. Because, as I said, if 4 or 5 more people go on WCB this year, which is going to really result in a significant amount of savings in our budget because people aren't at work, we may not even have to get into that account. But the notion is, if people do come back and our expenses are exceeding what we should be, then we are going to be using them. But we won't know that because every day there's different elements that puts our officers maybe in short-term or long-term disability, and people may decide to retire. We have potential for 10 people to retire in the next couple of years. Now, we may have 0 retirements, or we may have 10 people leaving next month. So there's so many different factors that can be actually we have no control over. That's why our position is, if we need the money to cover the expenses while maintaining the community programs, we will spend the money that's been set aside for other projects, because as I explained before, it comes down to what is more important, those projects or providing the services we can provide to the community. And the best case scenario would be if you don't need to even use that money, and at the end of the 4-year cycle goes back to the city or whatever the process is. But if we need it, at least we have some sort of a security blanket to cover the expenses, and that way the police department can provide the service to the community.
Thanks, Chief. That's the point I was trying to make, but I'm not sure if I got the answer. Let me try one more time. So we have sworn 173 officers, I think is the number, but yet on any given day we could have 165. As you've described, people are off on disability. Those officers that are off on some sort of disability, their wages are not being paid. That's covered by the insurance, the disability. So my question is, and you've even identified now, is that there are savings. So if more police officers don't show up for work for whatever reason, you are saving money. Where is that amount of money being saved? What does that amount equal to, and where is it? How come that's not part of this presentation? That's my final question. Thank you.
Actually, I've just been noted, it is in the document that you have on page 3 at the bottom. If you look at WCB long-term disability vacancies, it provides the dollar amounts of those savings to the department.
Okay, can we move on?
And just to clarify a point too that was mentioned, when people go on long-term disability after 6 months, WCB covers their wages and salary dollars. So for 6 months, the department has it, and then after that, it's basically the savings come after 6 months when WCB takes over.
Thank you.
Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And I just wanted to circle back to a question that came from Councillor Carlson regarding where I received these numbers. And if I have distributed, I believe the city clerk has sent out the StatsCan reports going back to 2017 of 185 officers per 100,000 and 189 officers in 2017. And seeing where we are today with the policing needs, opioid crisis, etc., out there, that's kind of where the numbers are. And this is right from Stats Canada, and I have distributed that to all members of council. I believe the city clerk has. So I just wanted to come back and give a source for that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Appreciate that. It's the same information we had, so it's 185. I didn't want the number out there in the community that we need over 200 officers, according to the statistics we have. That says maximum average is 185. So thank you for that information. If I can circle back, something I think Councillor Morrow was asking about is the number of our officers off work for either short-term or long-term. Do we have an idea how our numbers of folks off compare to other municipalities or jurisdictions or forces?
I don't have that comparison for you, but having come from another department, I think we are at par with at least our CMP, if not in a better shape, because the city has a really good program from the HR side to really follow up on what the officers need, and really the objective is to bring them back to work as soon as we can when they are ready to come back to work. But based on my 6 months experience here and working with the HR here, they're truly engaged on that front and doing whatever they can to support these officers to come back to work.
Excellent, thanks. I just wanted to make sure we weren't the outlier in that. So thank you for that answer. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation information. Mr. Vance Bronson, the document that you included to council actually indicates or talks a little bit about, and I'm quoting, an increase in non-criminal and nuisance calls In part of its business plan or part of its strategy, is the Commission going to be examining ways of addressing that? And by ways, being looking at alternative ways of dealing with these types of requests for police when they are not really police requests?
And that's a good question. We haven't, as a commission, talked about that issue, but I can certainly make sure it gets brought up.
Excellent, thank you. Second question. Do you or the chief know the numbers in hand, the percentage of constables and NCOs that we have on staff?
The number of constables?
The percentage of constables
to CPOs.
Or and NCOs. I'm looking for a percent, get an understanding of the percentage of constables and NCOs. The information that Councillor Higgins shared with members of council actually does some of that in the comparison as well. It would be interesting knowing what Lethbridge Police Service has. If that information is not available, could it be sent to council, please?
Yeah, I'm guessing we don't have it at our fingertips, but we can certainly make sure that you get it.
Okay, thank you. Final. There is no statute nationally or provincially that I'm aware of, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that actually identifies or mandates a cop-to-pop ratio, correct? This is just a number that's been used as a comparator. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. I have no more questions in the queue. Just double checking with council. Are there any further questions? I see none. So I will thank Mr. Van Spronsen and the chief and ask them to take seats in the audience while we deal with the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate the information today. I have a resolution from Councillor Crowson, Police Budget Reduction Initiative. Be it resolved that City Council receives this report as information, and further be it resolved that
May I stop you, Mayor Spearman? I sent in a revised motion to Mr. Westerson. Did it not get put into the agenda?
Okay. So the first resolution was published with the agenda. We now have a revised resolution. Do we consider this a friendly amendment? It's from the mover.
Councillor Crowson, you can put forward your revised resolution if you like. We just need to know that you're doing that.
Okay, I will forward it to you right now, Ms.
We do have it, but just that you are giving permission to put forward the revised
yes,
resolution.
please. I would further revised.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay, I now have Police Budget Reduction Initiative from Councillor Crowson. Be it resolved that City Council receive the Lethbridge Police Commission Annual Plan and Budget Implementation Strategy for 2021 as information. And further be it resolved that the strategic plan being developed by the Lethbridge Police Commission form part of the 2022 Police Commission Annual Plan to Council. And further be it resolved that Commission Chair Rob Van Spronsen and Chief Medezadeh be thanked for their presentation. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. I will save for close, so I will see if any of my colleagues have questions on this new motion or any debate.
Okay, does anyone have questions? Councillor Carlson?
I'm in for debate, Your Worship.
Okay. Councillor Campbell?
Just debate.
Okay, no further questions from council? Okay, Councillor Carlson, debate?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just want to add my great thanks to Mr. Van Spronsen, all the Police Commission for the work done, Chief Medezadeh and his staff and administration. I really appreciate it. I think all of council appreciates everyone sharpening their pencils. We went through a very difficult budget deliberation last fall. And I know that there were some concerns from the commission and our service, as well as the community, how this would impact. And so I just really want to stress that I thank the commission and our LPS under the chief for doing the hard work and finding ways to make sure that our citizens get the service they desire and expect, and also honoring council's desire to know that we're in a bit of a challenging financial period right now. And so I fully support the resolution of thanks that Councillor Crowson has put forward. I just wanted to add my own thanks. So appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship, and just pretty much echoing what Councillor Carlson said, because I really appreciate the report from Mr. Van Spronsen and Chief Medizadeh. These were difficult times, difficult decisions. It was a tough challenge that you were given, and you rose to the challenge. You figured out a way to absorb the $1 million budget deficit, and for the next 2 years to maintain our service levels. And I really wanted to stress that we maintain our watch, CPO, and the PAC programs, and that's what you did. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for really going and figuring this out. That's basically what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does any other member of council wish to speak? Councillor Higgin? Acting Mayor Higgin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Spearman. And I just wanted to also thank Mr. Van Spronsen and the police chief for the presentation. And I wanted to thank you on behalf of our community for the service that you provide and for keeping our community safe. So I know these are some challenging times, and I know that we've sharpened the pencil and we've tried to work with what we've got. And it's just my hope that we can continue to serve the community as you have indicated. So thank you very much. And I will be supporting this resolution.
Thank you. I too will be supporting the resolution. I would like to thank the chief and the commission for their assurances today that people will continue to feel safe and that they can continue to provide the policing needed for the city of Lethbridge and to our citizens. I'm comforted by that, and thank you for the additional work and for the great report that was submitted today. I do appreciate the additional information. Thank you. Councillor Crowson to close.
Thank you, Worship. I'll echo everybody else. Thank you very much for the report, and thank you for the work that has gone into this. I know it certainly wasn't easy, though I also know Mr. Van Spronsen will not be surprised by this, that he is the third chair, and this is the third chief that I have asked over the last 3.5 years, where's my annual plan? Because under the Police Act, we must get an annual plan from the Lethbridge Police Commission every year. And I am very glad to see one put together, and that we will see another next year based on the strategic plan. I also know, and I hope the public will be participating in the development of the strategic plan that will help our police commission move forward into the future, and will help then to determine the next annual plan as we move ahead, because that information that comes out of the strategic plan and next year's annual plan will be absolutely instrumental in giving council the background that they need to make the decisions. And we haven't seen one for 15 years. So this is a great move in the right direction, and I will ask my colleagues for support on this, and I'll call the question.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I think that's unanimous. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, it's now 2:47. We're just going to carry on with the regular agenda. Dr. Sutorp is not available till at least 3:30. So now we'll move on to submissions. I have a submission from Councillor Campbell. 2021 Downtown Business Revitalization Zone, DBRZ budget. Be it resolved that City Council direct that a budget meeting for the purposes of review and approval of the Lethbridge Downtown Business Revitalization Zone 2021 budget be set for March 23rd, 2021 at 4:30 p.m. in council chamber at City Hall. And direct that the city clerk issue letters to the Lethbridge Downtown Business Revitalization Zone membership, advising them of this budget meeting and provide a copy of the proposed budget. Councillor Campbell.
I'll open if there's any questions from my colleagues.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Campbell, for bringing this forward. Just wondering, I couldn't see a comparator budget to last year. I'm wondering if that can be included when it goes public. If we can have a comparison to 2020, which might be weird, but maybe a comparator budget of previous years to compare to.
I don't know who will answer that.
I'm sure I could find it in my records somewhere from last year, but I think just having it in one spot might be nicer.
Yeah, we can pull that out from last year.
Thank you, Ms. Pinkson.
Any further questions? Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question is to the city manager, probably to Ms. Pinkson. Under their January 1 to December 31st projected budget, there says there's a line item there of $20,000 in City of Lethbridge bad debt allowance. What does that exactly mean?
Mayor Spearman through to Councillor Parker. So in this instance, we collect the BIA tax on behalf of the BRZ, and there are instances where that becomes not collectible for a variety of reasons, and so that is there's some sort of allowance required for those that are not collected.
So is that actuals, or is that just like, I know it says projected, but if you looked at past years, is there a trend at all, or is this just a line item that usually we put this $20,000 in on an annual every year, just in case?
No, there's actual uncollectible amounts. I would have to pull that information for you to compare, but obviously this is a budget, so we need to put in some estimate, and we look at previous amounts and forecast an amount based on history and also uncertainty given kind of where we're at right now.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Morrow.
Yes, Joe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on that, I want to make sure I understand. So, Ms. Pinkson, this 20,000 is a number that you put in because you don't know, but this is, if I understood, this is money that is not collected from members that are in the downtown BRZ. Is that what that is?
So the city administers the collection of the BIA tax on behalf of the BRZ, and some of those are not ultimately collected. And so this is the budget to encompass what the BRZ budget looks like as a whole.
Okay, so if I am a business, I own a business in downtown Lethbridge, I, for whatever reason, don't pay that, my portion of it. Is that what that is? Okay, correct. So then who absorbs the loss? Does the city, the rest of the taxpayers then contribute that to the downtown BRZ budget?
So the mill rate is established based on an estimate for that. So if it's not collected, then ultimately next year we need to kind of recoup that, and so it becomes the burden for all of the businesses in the downtown when it's not collected.
Okay, I want to make this clear and simple. So if there's 800 businesses downtown that pay into the downtown BRZ, their BRZ levy, and I'm one of them, and I don't pay, the other 799 businesses will absorb what I don't pay. Is that what I'm hearing?
It would, in the next year, have to be recuperated.
But
from
it's
the
but
other
it's o-
businesses.
but
But it's a
only
timing issue, so they perhaps don't pay in 1 year. The business, it goes out of business. I mean, there's lots of factors. Don't want to imply that people have an option not to pay, but it is an estimate based on previous history and what's collected, and we have to make some assumptions about that. And then it's either over collected or under collected for the next year. So I realize you want to make it simpler, but it is an administrative process to collect on behalf of the BRZ.
understood. But the rest, but if there is a shortfall, if I don't pay then it would be passed on to the rest of the businesses, not anywhere else outside of the BRZ.
That's
Is that
correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions from council? I see none. We can move on to debate on the submission. Councillor Campbell, would you like to start debate?
Yeah, sure. This is something we do every year. The 2021 Downtown BRZ was presented and discussed and approved by their membership at their meeting on February the 9th. And in accordance with the bylaw 4770, the Downtown BRZ shall on before February 15th of each year hold an annual budget meeting, and the budget is to be submitted to City Council for review, and that's what we were doing here today.
Okay. Any debate? I see none. Okay, Councillor Campbell to close, or with that,
Call
you're
the
closed?
question.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Okay. It's 2:55. Should we take a 10-minute break at this point and resume at 3:05?
Sure.
Okay. All right. See you at 3:05. Okay, we'll resume the council meeting. We'll move on to official business resolutions. And I'm moving the first one. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Miyashiro to chair.
Okay. We have item 6.1, official business EMS dispatch. Whereas the city of Lethbridge has been advocating to retain EMS dispatch services since being notified that dispatch services would be centralized, and whereas the government of Alberta and Alberta Health Services have refused to acknowledge or communicate meaningfully to discuss identified deficiencies with the centralized dispatch, and whereas council seeks to provide the highest and most efficient standard of care to those requiring expedited EMS dispatch services and medical attention in medical emergencies as a necessary service for the city of Lethbridge, and whereas council believes that the current situation is contrary to maintaining a safe and viable community, therefore be it resolved that the city manager investigate the possibility of having the city of Lethbridge follow the example of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo and opt out of the centralization of EMS dispatch, and further be it resolved that the city manager investigate the possibility of joining the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo as a party or an intervener, and further be it resolved that the city manager direct that we dispatch legal observers to future scheduled proceedings as this matter is of great interest to council. Mayor Spearman.
Okay. So the injunction hearing has been granted. It's going forward on March 9th to 11th in Wood Buffalo. So they may or may not be successful. This simply puts us into the next step if they are successful. At this point, it's a least cost option and allows us to continue expressing interest in this issue.
Thank you. Open for questions?
Yes.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Spearman, for bringing this motion forward. Since this went to Agenda Committee, there have been a couple of changes province-wide, or at least responses province-wide from the Minister of Health. Is there anything else that needs to be updated or should be updated that may affect what's going on here?
Yes, there will be more discussions between the cities that are scheduled for March the 4th. That's a week on Thursday. So we will be discussing the latest developments. The letter from the Minister of Health was actually quite positive. It's the first time the government of Alberta has actually talked about working with the cities and put it formally in writing. And I think our frustration to this point is there has been, the statements coming out of Alberta Health have been there's nothing wrong with the system, and each of the municipalities has submitted a technical report of what the deficiencies have been since centralization. So each city has documented things that aren't working, things that need to be discussed, and we need to have a vehicle to have those discussions. Now, the minister in his letter has said he's going to create a table. That sounds to me like a committee where these issues can be discussed. So I think that is a positive step. And that letter just came out this past week, yeah.
Thank you very much. Do we have a technical report available for the city of Lethbridge with the most current stats we can get?
It's being kept up to date all the time by our fire chief and his staff. The information that's made available to council, we have a contractual issue with Alberta Health Services where we can't disclose information in detail, but information has been shared with councillors in a general nature of what the deficiencies are.
Thank you. So that goes to my third question then, which is that information is obviously not public.
Right.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Spearman, for, sorry, I'm just allowing Belinda in, for bringing this forward. It's of great interest to all of our citizens, I bet. The first two actionable clauses seem straightforward to me, to the city manager, to investigate some strategies or some thoughts or possibilities. The third one, to dispatch legal advisors. Can someone explain what that would entail and what type of costs that would involve?
I would ask Mr. Lowen, or if that's, or the city manager, if they would like to comment on that specifically.
Mr. Lowen, please.
That would be very cost effective, Councillor, because right now court hearings are all taking place from via meetings like this. So that would involve members of my office basically monitoring the proceedings through the Zoom proceedings that are happening like this. It would be beneficial because then we get the sense of sort of where the argument really is and the weight of the argument and how the court's hearing that. And it also signals support and interest, because no doubt the solicitor for the barrister for the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo would probably, I expect, ensure that the court was aware that observers from other interested municipalities were present in the chamber.
Excellent. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just wondering here, we've heard of the shortfalls, et cetera, that have been happening. We're keeping track of that, which I'm glad that we're doing that. The chief is doing that. And I just wanted to make sure that these shortfalls, if they've been explained, the shortfalls in detail, if all council has the same information as you do, Mayor Spearman, is that correct?
That's correct.
So there's no details that you have regarding the situations, the shortfalls that has not been shared with council?
No, I shared it with council, and I'm not privy to the information affecting specific patients.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, I was just curious to know with the cost of this, having someone participate, and I guess not participate, but to listen in now to the court proceedings. Now, if I understand that this is currently before the courts, as you indicated, in March 9th to the 11th, and thank you for yourself for staying in contact and collaborating with the other mid-sized mayors that are involved in this, and not just mid-sized, but I guess Calgary, Wood Buffalo, and Red Deer on this. Now, they're currently working on something, and as you indicated, the province is working with the communities on this. And so my question would be, what more of an advantage I guess we're going to get all the information from these court proceedings, I would imagine, and that would be distributed amongst. Do you feel that you have not been heard, and that's why it's important for us to have legal sitting in on these conversations?
Right. Well, when we were reporting the deficiencies, there was no acceptance that there were any deficiencies. The first indication we've had that anybody was listening was when we got the minister's letter, which I believe was dated February the 16th.
Okay. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for the resolution, Mr. Mayor. My question through the city manager, and maybe yourself, Mr. Mayor, can answer this. And you got the city manager investigate the possibility of having the city of Lethbridge follow the example of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo and opt out. Does the city, if we were awarded to doing this, is there a liability that we take on as a municipality that we may have to investigate before doing? Like, there's got to be some liabilities if that did occur. Now, when you say the legal aspect, is that what you're talking about in this, or is that something completely separate? Maybe.
So we're working through and have been looking at this since the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo made the decision that it made. And once we work through all those implications, we'll come forward to council with a report on that.
No, okay, that's the legal liability. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councillor, Acting Mayor Hagan, you have another question?
Yes, I was just wondering here. So Wood Buffalo has come forward with this, and we're now obviously before the courts, and the other communities being Calgary, Red Deer, and ourselves. So I would take it that Calgary and Red Deer have already hopped on board with this as well. Is that correct to say?
I think they're the same stage we are at. They're looking at. So they haven't done it. I think they're at their next meetings. They're considering motions like this.
Okay, so those are coming up at their next meetings, from what you understand.
That's my understanding, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question to the City Manager. Mr. City Manager, are you and your team not already doing everything that's being asked in this resolution?
No, we're not. So we're the first two, yes, we're working through what the implications would be, and as I mentioned, we haven't finished that work, and when we do, we'll bring a report forward. But the third, no, we've not contemplated doing that.
Okay, so you are currently doing the first two, therefore be it resolved. You're not doing the third one. Either you or the city manager or Mr. Mayor, can you explain what that third, that last, therefore be it resolved, will actually mean, and how it'll benefit us?
Sure. So the three are really taken together. And I would say what we're going to do, we would follow the example of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo and opt out, but we wouldn't do that if the case on March 9th to the 11th is unfavorable to the municipalities, right? So this is, we would continue, but if it is favorable to the municipalities, then we would want to be on the same footing as Wood Buffalo. Secondly, investigated the possibility of joining as an intervener. We may miss the boat on that, but if it was a strong thing to do, then we might have to have a special meeting to approve that as a council. And finally, sending legal observers, I think watching the case, I think that would be prudent simply because what aspects of that, if it's successful, are relevant to the city of Lethbridge. So I think our legal team has the expertise to do that.
So after listening to some of your comments as your introduction to this resolution, you had some positives, and it seems that maybe we are making some headway. So is this resolution not premature, especially knowing that there's going to be a court hearing? So why this kind of concerns me, because I'm thinking maybe we are being heard, and I sure don't want to add any more fuel to the fire. So your comments on that?
I think what this does is, I think this is what's needed in order to maintain a strong bargaining position, to say that we're continuing to be interested. We're also interested in the process that the minister is offering. We want to, but at the same time, until we see how that proceeds, we probably want to maintain all the cards we can. That's what this motion really does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Higgin, are you back in?
Sorry, I didn't take my hand down.
Okay, there are no more questions. They're speaking. Councillor Campbell?
I just see that Chief Rathwell has joined us here, and I'd love to hear your perspective on this resolution, if that's possible.
Yes, absolutely. Apologies for being late. Work is just hectic, and that's the way it is. I have a tough boss. I believe the resolution piece that Mayor Spearman is putting forward, other than the one comment around they're refusing to talk with us, has changed. They are coming to the table with us. They've come in a much more collaborative approach with us. We haven't gotten the processes from them. We haven't received clear definitions, but what they are doing is sitting down with us and working through the issues. And this started day one, and is certainly, we've gotten a change in tone in how they approach us since Wood Buffalo made this announcement. I mean, a considerable change in how they present to us. So I feel it's a positive move. Is it going to hold? I'm not sure. I believe that we need to continue to work with these folks, and I've told them directly that I'm holding them to a very critical standard. because those standards are important for the safety of our community and our citizens within the community. So I prefer not to let off the gas. I'd like to make sure I hold them firmly close so we can make sure we have those frank discussions when we need to.
So just to follow up on what Councillor Morrow was concerned about is, kind of going a little bit premature on this, but you firmly believe in continuing on with this process?
Yes, sir. I believe that we should be involved. There's no way I believe that we can actually follow what Wood Buffalo did in terms of the quick changeover to actually take over the dispatch piece. That's just not a functional piece for us, and we've explored those options. But what I do believe we can do is still be there at the table to try to hold Alberta Health Services accountable for these decisions.
Great, appreciate it. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just actually realized, the motion has been read. I'm just wondering to the mover if, given the Chief's statement regarding, or given your identification as well, and my question, that the provincial government has reached out and expressed a desire to communicate, is there an opportunity perhaps to reword that second preamble? Something along the lines of where the government of Alberta and Alberta Health Services have, until recently, refused to acknowledge or communicate.
Yeah, I would accept until recently.
Okay, so after have, I know Councillor Carlson isn't a fan of the commas, but a comma after have, until recently, then another comma.
Yeah, I would accept that. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman. Anything else?
Sorry, no, that was it. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy.
Okay. Thank you. It looks like I see no more questions. There are no more questions. Then, Mayor Spearman, do you want to move into debate?
Sure. I think it's important politically. We would like to do the same thing that I hope Alberta Health Services and Alberta Health wants to do, and the minister wants to do, and that is to provide the best possible service. And I think we have some challenges. We believe the best possible service is provided by our own, but if it's not, it's important to have good, positive dialogue. And I think we need a strong resolution, and I would hope that all councillors support it, that says to Alberta Health Services and to the minister that we mean business, but we're also very interested in a positive, proactive way of dealing with the deficiencies in the best interests of all those people who we serve.
Councillor Kaufman, are you up for debate? There's no more debate. I see Councillor Hagan, or Acting Mayor Hagan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mayor Spearman, for bringing this forward. Although the idea, I like what we're trying to do through this. The concerns that I have is of what we've just heard as of recently, that the province is sitting down. They want to work together. They want to collaborate with us. And I truly believe we're being heard from what any of the conversation that has happened as of late. And we've got this before the courts right now, and I just think it's a little early. And I just really think that if we have the opportunity to work together with the province, that is, in my opinion, the most important part. And now they're at the table, which is extremely exciting. And so, although I like the intent of this, I can't support the resolution as it sits, as I believe we should be working together with our partners and collaborating better with, at the table. So for that reason, I can't support the way it sits.
I will support this resolution. We've been working on this issue with the province for many months, and our staff and Mayor Spearman have put in lots of time. Have worked with other municipalities towards a really good resolution to this issue, and now when it's push come to shove, the province decides that they want to come to the table. I believe that they're willing to now. That's a great idea, but I don't think that we can take our foot off the pedal. Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, although the intent here I think is okay. Well, really, maybe I don't think it's okay. We've heard that we've already got a lot of our staff, from the city manager all the way down to Chief Rathwell and everybody else in our city that has been putting in hours and hours and hours and working on this and working in the best interest of our community. I guess I'm not quite that harsh with the province. I believe, we make mistakes here at council in some of the things that we do. The province clearly makes mistakes in some of the decisions that they make. But from what I'm hearing from everybody, especially from the mayor and from the letter that we received from the minister, is that we're being heard. And so if we're being heard, why would I want to now, in my mind, appear to be somewhat confrontational? I'm just not prepared to do that right now. I'd rather just wait and see what's going to happen, wait and see what this court case, the decision that's going to come out of that. And I know that the city manager and his team is already looking at this and doing all of this. And the last thing, the last further be it resolved, that we direct, I think we're all doing that. So to me, I would rather kind of be on the side here and listen and actually compliment the province for finally coming, to listen to the communities and listen to the people, listen to, people like the mayor and everybody else that's been in their face. And so for me, that's the approach that I think we would take. And I just don't believe this is necessary, especially at this time. So I won't support the resolution.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will be supportive of this. I think it's important to our community. I think it's important to a lot of Albertans. I don't see this as being confrontational at all. This is just adding our support and showing our interest into the steps our colleagues at Wood Buffalo have taken. And while I guess you can laud the province for finally listening, I don't think it was until the bold step by our colleagues was taken until there was actually an interest in listening. I think we've heard from Chief Rathwell, Mr. Lowen, City Manager, that I think it's important that we be at least aware and exploring our options. I don't see this as confrontational at all. This is just saying this affects our community. This affects our citizens as well. We want to be at the table, and let's figure out a way to do that. So I'd like to offer my complete support.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I think the resolution is no way confrontational when I read it. It's just showing support for another colleague, another municipality that put their money where their mouth was. And we said, you know what, they did the right thing, and for lack of a better term, we got their back, and we want to be there. And this is a symbolic resolution. And I think it's symbolic because it sends a message that, us municipalities that feel like we're on the outs there, we're going to support one another just like we did from day one. And I think it goes hand in hand with what we've done in the past. And I don't see any negativity to all this. I only can see an upside, so I will be supporting this.
I see no one else up for debate. Mayor Spearman, to close, please.
Thank you. I think the greatest danger is that we go to the hearing, or the hearing happens on March 9th to the 11th, and the province hands in all this information saying, "Hey, we're cooperating with these people." And if we don't say we mean business, if we don't pass another resolution, we definitely want to cooperate with the province, and we want to cooperate with Alberta Health Services. But if we don't pass a resolution like this, and if we don't show support on March 9th to the 11th, we could potentially lose the case. It's all about tactics. I will admit that. It's important to back our partners. And so I think now isn't the time to let off the gas. I would ask my colleagues for your full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we vote via roll call, please?
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
Favor?
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor?
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Carried 7-2.
Thank you. We'll now move on to 6.2. We have a resolution from Acting Mayor Higgin. Official business, rescindment of November the 2nd, 2020 decision removing council representation from Exhibition Board. Whereas the Lethbridge and District Exhibition is beginning the construction of its agri-food hub and trade center, and whereas this project is expected to have considerable economic impact to Lethbridge, and whereas the City of Lethbridge has invested $25 million in this project with a $17.8 million loan, and whereas Council has requested annual updates from the Lethbridge and District Exhibition as it relates to this project, and whereas Council representation on the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Board will ensure clear lines of communication and accountability to Council, therefore be it resolved that Council rescind its November the 2nd, 2020 decision to remove Council appointments from the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Board, and further be it resolved Acting Mayor Higgin be reinstated as the Council representative on the Lethbridge and District Exhibition Board. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think the resolution pretty much speaks to what my preamble would be, and that obviously with the oversight is of importance. It's one of the largest projects we've obviously had coming into our community, and to have some oversight on that, I think is extremely important. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, questions? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just through you to City Manager, oversight would be provided on this project or necessary on this project, in your opinion?
I think generally speaking, the amount of money involved in this project would suggest that we would want some level of oversight. I understand that in the past, there was a committee that comprised city officials and exhibition officials. To be frank, at this point, we haven't had a conversation that I'm aware of about how we would approach oversight from an administrative perspective. But I think it's certainly reasonable, given the size of this, that oversight be sought. I would suppose there's a number of ways to do that.
Thank you. And I guess my question was, in your opinion, would it best be administrative oversight rather than political?
I'm not sure that's really a question I can answer. I think oversight is important. I'm not sure how we would determine the difference between administrative and political oversight. I think that's a decision to council if they want to have political oversight. I can say that from an administrative perspective, we have talked about and recognized the need to speak with the exhibition about how we maintain some sort of oversight, or obviously more regular contact than a once-a-year update. But in terms of political oversight versus administrative oversight, I would defer to council.
Okay, thank you for that. Through you, Mayor Spearman, to Acting Mayor Hagan. Mayor Hagan, or Acting Mayor Hagan, you've argued against extending council's appointments. There were two cases of very small extensions with definite end times, less than 2 months, a couple weeks in some cases. What's changed your mind?
My mind wasn't changed. It was actually prior to that you're speaking to. I had already spoken with a few of you regarding this, and we have standing policy committees, and so I was more or less told that would not be considered. And so in light of some of the changes that we've done as of late, I just find that it's extremely important to have somebody, especially on the project of this magnitude.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro?
Thank you. Councillor Hagan, what's the size of the exhibitions board?
There are 12 members.
So really not having someone from council there and having a bunch of community members that many of us know and trust to make good decisions doesn't really negate the fact that we might not have a council member. They're not going to make a decision counter to what their plan is. Is that correct?
You know what, I don't know how to even answer that. Is we can go back to any board. We can stand a standing policy. We have all these groups coming forward to us. Why does council even need to be at those? So you know what, I really don't have an answer for you there, Councillor Miyashiro.
Well, they're coming to us because they want us to have information. They want us to make decisions. The question is quite simple. Is that I'll ask it very simply. So is there people on the board or decisions that board might make that you don't feel will be in the best interest of that project?
I'm not going to answer that. I just think there's a lot of decisions out there, and it depends on the decision or the different communication and how it comes back to council or administration. So, you know, I can actually put trust in all of our committees that we have, and really, they're all presenting to standing policy committees, and for that reason, they come for a reason, and we're there to oversee it. And so, I don't see this as being any different.
Right, but your resolution says that you want clear lines of communication and accountability to council.
That's correct, yeah.
So that means that without you being there, they're not going to be accountable or communicate to council. I'm just not understanding the reason behind this.
You know, I've already spoken to it, Councillor Miyashiro. I mean, I guess what you have in your head should be exactly what you want to present and the questions you have, but I've already stated why I think it's important to be there, and so you can either vote it in favor or vote against.
Well, sure.
Okay. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Hagan, I just wondered, have you talked with members of the exhibition board about this, and are they on board for this resolution?
Yes, I have spoken with the chair, and is more than happy to have me on that board. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the city manager designate, and I have a feeling Councillor Croson's going to answer this because she knows. To which SPC does the exhibition board report? Or does it?
I can answer that. The exhibition board is an external board, so it does not report to any SPCs.
Okay, thank you. So to the city manager then, or designate, thank you, Ms. Helford, appreciate that. To the city manager designate, the money that council has approved for the Exolution site, it is not designated for anything except to go to construction costs, correct?
I would ask.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just going to ask if Ms. Pinkson can address that.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Kaufman, can you just clarify the question that you're asking? Sorry.
The funds that the council approved that go towards the building of the Exolution site or the Exolution facility, they're not designated for anything beyond construction, correct? We haven't said that this element of the construction or anything of that nature. It's part of the funds that go to building the building, correct?
I wouldn't say just specifically construction. I mean, there might be they might get allocated to design, but to that specific project, the funds have been allocated. Yes.
So there's
designated. I guess we haven't allocated them quite yet.
Sorry, designated. Correct. I should use the correct terminology. Thank you. For clarification, if I can, to the city manager, your opinion at the moment was that there should be some form of administrative representation then on the steering committee?
I'm not sure if it's on the steering committee, Councillor Kaufman. We've recognized that that this is a significant project with significant city investment. What we haven't settled on is or even had a conversation with the exhibition at this point about is what would that look like. So we've got work to do to determine from an administrative perspective what that would look like.
Okay, thank you. Because this building, who owns this building when it's completed, and who owns the land on which it's completed?
So that question's directed to me?
Sure.
Yeah, so my understanding is and I'd ask for anybody on the call who knows, if I'm wrong here, that the land is city land and the building would be the exhibitions.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Final question, if I can, Mayor Spearman, to the mover. Thank you, Councillor Higgin, Acting Mayor Higgin, for the motion, for the resolution, or for the motion. Is there something that you're seeing or thinking at the governance level that requires additional or deeper reportage than an administrative report on the construction?
Wow, first of all, can you explain that last word you used? Because that was a real big one.
Oh, sorry. In terms of
No, I know exactly what you mean. I'm sorry. No. There's. You know what? It's not like. I mean, it's coming forward here as if I feel that the board is not doing something right, or that there's a lack of. Sorry, go ahead.
So I was just saying, I don't get that at all from what you're putting forward here. I think we all, you included, have complete trust in the exhibition board. I don't think that's open for consideration by anybody. For me, it's the question of the board serves as governance and oversight on governance of the exhibition. So is there something at the governance level you feel would be needed to report back to council that could not be provided, that would be missing in the administrative report on what's happening on the project? That's
okay.
my.
Okay, yeah. So for one thing, and first of all, I thought that this board would report to an SPC, and I've heard otherwise. And understanding that SPCs meet once a month, if we find a place for them to fit into this, if it's not just administrative, because I still think we as a council need to be transparent. And so if there's something that comes up, I think it's important. If they have a question that they have, that is, it can be a political question. I mean, we're receiving funds that we've already allocated, both municipally and obviously from the provincial government, federal, and all these funds that are there. This is by political reason that they are where they are. And so to have this presented back to just administration, and I trust our administration, I know that the information will get back to them, but to have some oversight, because if there's any questions that come out of this from the community, they're going to come to us. They're not coming to administration. So I want to make sure that we are abreast of what is happening. And don't get me wrong, I'm sure administration will pass that information along. But seeing that if there is a presentation that comes once a month, if we can find again a place for the SPC, them to present to SPC, that's once a month. So say, for example, something comes up and we have a meeting on a Tuesday. Well, our SPC was on the Monday prior. Well, we've got a month before this information comes back. So I just think the line of communication and transparency is incredibly important. And I guess I'm a little baffled that I'm sure you're all thinking, well, are you crazy, Blaine? Why would you want to have more work to do? And you know what? I think that sometimes as well. But I think it's important that we are transparent throughout this process. And for that reason, I'm more than happy to have my name on that board.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay, thank you. I just wonder if it shouldn't just be the Economic Standing Policy Committee. This is a major economic catalyst for the city of Lethbridge. And I think we're very interested, having invested $30 million in it, why they wouldn't provide us with regular updates. And we are backing their loan. We would like to know that it's on budget and that things are going well. And it is part of our economic strategy. So even though it's an independent organization. So I think regular reports to Economic Standing Policy Committee would be welcome. That would be one. And I think it's great to get formal reports that are presented on behalf of the whole board as well. I think that would be a positive. Are those things that you would consider, Councillor Higgin?
Absolutely. In addition to, not in the place of. Again, it comes back to if somebody on that's sitting in here around the horseshoe, my colleagues, could find the negative part is it sounds like I'm getting attacked here. The negative part of me sitting on that. What is the concern out there, I guess, is would be my question. And I don't know if anybody wants to answer it. Pipe in, hold up your hands. Let me know why there's such distrust, I guess, in me being on this committee.
I think I would just ask for counsel, but counsel can correct me. I would say what we're looking to do here is create an exception rather than do something that most of the other external organizations will be doing. So that's the only, I don't think it's personal. Councillor Carlson?
No.
Okay, go ahead. If you want to respond to that, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, that's all that I have to say.
Okay, Councillor Carlson?
Thanks, Mayor Spearman, and I agree that it's not personal. It's creating exceptions and getting back into where we were a year ago. I think council's trying to move forward, and I think once you start saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to stay on this committee for an indefinite period of time," and then every other committee, council needs to move forward. We did grant 2 exceptions, and they were very short windows of time, and they were requests from the organizations.
Is there a question here, or is it debate?
Oh, this was answered to Councillor Hagan's question, but I'll stop them.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Councillor Croson, we're still in questions. Do you have a question?
I'm ready for debate, thank you.
Okay. City Clerk, did you have something you were going to add in?
I did, Mayor Spearman, thank you. With regards to reporting to an SPC, if council desires, they can add which SPC the exhibition would like to report to. That just wasn't included initially, but they can do that. And I just wanted to advise, Mr. Westerson sent me the exhibition report and the resolution of August 24th of 2020, and it said that the exhibition board provide annual reports to council. Thank you.
Okay, there's no further questions?
Just, I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
I just was going to ask to Deputy Mayor Higgin, how often is the exhibition meeting up from now until the end of until the end of the summer or into the fall?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell, for that. They're meeting on a monthly basis, but there's also additional meetings in light of what's been happening here with different committees that are inside, with obviously this build being wanting to get started here or not wanting, will get started this year. There's a lot of information that needs to be passed, and so on a monthly basis, that makes it sometimes a struggle to get to. So there are additional meetings that are taking place.
Thank you.
Councillor Parker, question? Debate? Okay. Any further questions? Okay, we'll move on to debate. Councillor Higgin, would you like to lead? Open?
I'll wait for close, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Parker?
Croson was ahead of me.
Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. We knew when we moved to this new form of governance that there were going to be hiccups. I mean, this is a major change in our governance structure. So I am not at all surprised that we've been having some, like, oh, we forgot this, or what about this? But I think it's vital that we give these SPCs a chance to show how they actually will work. And one of the questions asked earlier is, which one do they report to? One of the things we forgot is that we have our own committees reporting up. That's all, scheduled and lined out. But any SPC can also ask a group to come. So if it is chosen that economic is the one that they would report to, economic can put an invite to the exhibition at any time. And so they could be invited, and that way they would have an opportunity to come. The other thing is there was a concern about that SPCs only have monthly meetings. Again, as per the terms of reference of SPCs, they can schedule meetings whenever they need to as well. So they could meet daily if that was necessary. Please don't, but they could. So there are opportunities there as well. So the monthly part should not be an issue. And one of the things, and I know transparency is an issue for people, like But the beautiful thing about SPCs is they are now being taped and they are live to the public. They're also, the public is welcome to come. The public can watch, the public can participate. If the exhibition comes to an SPC, then the public is involved, all members of council are involved, and this is we're spending the community's money, and this allows the entire community to know what's going on. And I believe that the oversight and the transparency will be much greater if the exhibition comes to an SPC rather than having a councillor on there. Because then again, we're relying on somebody to report back. We're not all hearing it at the same time. The public's not all hearing it at the same time. So while I understand, and again, I knew we were going to have some issues as we're moving into this new structure, I cannot support this resolution. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And when I look at the resolution, there's nothing alarming here. And I think what I see here is a member of council who's been on the board in the past, who feels that he or she, well, in this case, he feels offers huge value in not only to the board, but also to us in being a liaison. We have $25 million that we are giving to this organization to build a building, which will be their building on our land, but we're also carrying $17.8 million in debt. When we were going through the process of designing and doing this project, I was on the subcommittee that was with the city manager, and I do believe it was the director of community services was on it as well. And we met probably once a month or every 2 months going through the whole process. And there's an administrative role, and then there's a political role, and there's a very fine line. And I appreciate the answer that the city manager answered. He goes, I can't answer that question in regards to should we have someone politically on there, and I think that's the right answer because it's up to us as the politicians. When we went to the SPC, things were turned upside down, and when I say upside down, I don't mean that in a negative way because there's a lot of pros to what the process of what we're doing now, but there's a huge learning curve here, and there's gonna be some bumps. But I'm looking at this resolution as a standalone, and that I have a member of council who wants to do the extra work. I have a board, which we're told, that wants that person on the board. So I'm looking at the upside versus the downside. And I see lots of upside by having Councillor Hagan on this board. I've been on the board in the past, and I know how important it is to have that liaison aspect, but more than ever, with such a huge investment going on in our community, I can't see much downside by endorsing what Councillor Hagan wants to do here. So for that reason alone, I will be supporting that.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. Appreciate the mover bringing this forward. I won't be in support. We've just moved to a brand new SPC system, and I think it's only fair to give it a chance. Making one-offs on a whim, it was almost what it seems. It just doesn't make sense to me because then every committee is going to come to us and say, oh, well, you can sit on ours now. You can sit on ours now. I think we're embarking on a new structure, a new way of doing business, and I think we need to give it a fair shake to see how it rolls out. So the incoming council learns from our experience, at least over the next several months. So I won't be supporting this. I do believe that these types of things that are highlighted are excellent learnings because, yeah, this is all new to us with the new organizational structure we've embarked on. And so I do appreciate the comments about oversight, but I think that can be accomplished through our existing SPC structure. I believe it was Councillor Croson who talked about requesting them to report to the Economic Standing Policy Committee. I think that's excellent. It gives all council the information at the same time. One of the challenges I think we have had in the past is that council was caught a bit by surprise. The community was hearing about the X project, the province had heard about the X project, and council was sort of an afterthought. And I did ask them, I believe in public, why wouldn't you come to us first? And the response was, well, we thought because we had a councillor, you guys knew everything. So there was that disconnect. So I think doing a more formal structure where all council is providing the oversight just makes much more sense. And I think at our next economic SPC meeting, we can accomplish that, doing a formal request to the exhibition board. But they've just populated their board. They've just had their elections. They have a full slate of directors. I don't think they require council's representation, but I think we might require some oversight through our Economic Standing Committee. So I'd appreciate that.
Further debate? Any further debate? Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. I'm just sitting back listening to this, and I'm kind of enjoying all the questions and answers and how this is going, because with all due respect, this is not the first time that a member of council has asked to continue to sit on a committee. And if I recall correctly, I was probably the only one. There may have been a second, but I'm not sure. I was the only one that voted no to the previous two requests of having a council member sit on any type of committee. I recall asking the question, why didn't we think of this before? Now, I'm not a big fan of these SPCs. I know we did it. I may have voted in favor of it initially, but I obviously at the time didn't know everything that was going on, because I did not know that we were getting rid of, and that's my fault. I'm not putting blame on anybody but me. I did not know that we would be getting rid of our CIC committees. So, and I've said it before, all of these SPCs, in my mind, what we're going to do is have a member of council or 4 members of council hear a presentation, bring it to council, and it's going to be the same thing all over again. So in my mind, we're duplicating work. Now, in this particular case, all of you seem to be having a real difficult time with this. And I think Councillor Parker's debate was probably the best, because he clearly indicated, you got a member of council that wants to sit on this board, wants to do more work. Have at her, baby. Go ahead. Now, I am not going to change my opinion. I voted no the previous 2 times, and I will continue to vote no, because if we continue to allow this happening, we're into this new system a month and a half, and we've already had 3 requests, if I remember correctly, where we want members of council to continue to sit on committees. Well, I'm okay with that, but I believe it should be all members of council, the CIC committees. That's what that's for. But we removed that. So in this particular case, Acting Mayor Higgin, I understand what you're trying to do, and I understand and appreciate that what you said, and especially what Councillor Parker said, makes total sense. But we should have thought about this in the past. And as much as you may bring value to the committee, I'm not going to support it. And I'm going to just go out on a limb here, and I'm going to suggest and say that we will be dealing with another recommendation from an SPC committee very shortly, and we'll see how that goes, which will then prove my point even more so. So I won't support this resolution.
Any further debate? I'll ask the mover to close.
Mayor Spearman?
Okay, Councillor Kaufman.
Yeah. Thank you. I really appreciate this motion, and in reference to the previous speaker, there are an awful lot of things that we should have thought of. I did an awful lot of comparison back to when we had the SPCs in the 90s, and I recall at the same time that we actually had a representative to the exhibition board aside from the SPCs way back when. It was a different experience. It was different conditions in the day. We've heard from the city manager that there's a conversation going on about administrative oversight, and I don't know how deep that's going to go. It's city property, but it's exhibition building, and so we need to be very gentle. We need to navigate that sort of relationship. We need to steward that in a very appropriate, mature manner, and I know that the exhibition will as well. I certainly trust the CAO and staff to do that. We also know that while the example was given that the SPC meets on a Thursday and something comes up on a Friday, what happens? The same could be said of the exhibition board. They meet on a Wednesday, and then a Thursday something happens. All that aside, however, the one thing that I kept coming back to as I was pondering this particular motion is that there are I think there's a greater necessity to have administrative participation or administrative knowledge as to what's going on, where they're at with the project. But there's also 42.8 million reasons why we should maybe have some political involvement as well. Council is the group that put their hand up for this expenditure, the grant as well as carrying the debt. And ultimately, council is responsible for the budget. And it's our job to ensure that funds are being spent the way that they're supposed to be spent. And I trust that the exhibition will. In fact, if I were the exhibition, I'd spend the 42.8 first and then worry about the rest after the fact. That's just a good way of doing it. But I do see value in this particular situation of having somebody serving on the board, provided City Council and community receives a written update at every meeting. If we're going to have somebody there, under the argument of transparency and everything else, then we need to have that assurance at council as well. And I trust that the acting mayor is going to do that. The other thing that we need to keep in mind as well has just eluded me. It's February 23rd, and I just heard thunder outside, so I was slightly distracted. Forgive me on that. I do see the value. I don't see this as being an either or. It's SPCs or not. Everybody comes with a specific request. The previous request by Councillor Carlson dealt with terms of reference, and pulling 3 members of council off a committee would leave it with 2 members from the public making a determination about a city project. The other one was a request by the organization. Us pulling out before the annual general meeting left a hole in bylaw representation. So I think these things have to come as one-offs, and we're going to be frustrated by it, but that's the appropriate way to do it. And they shouldn't all just be an either or. I'd love to see this coming to, whether it be economic development. Economic development is probably the best committee because all members of council are there. So I will support the motion, but as long as we recognize we need to do a little bit of work to support the rest of what is being proposed in this motion in terms of the accountability, the transparency, and also reporting to an SPC. So I will support the motion.
Councillor Higgin to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, my colleagues, for the debate and questions. Where to start? You know, again, it's been spoken that we've had this approved 2 previous times, and you know what? Going forward, maybe we need to change what we're doing, if it's SPCs, or change reporting patterns or what have you. But really, even the 2 previous, I've got a lot of trust in our community, and if those were not supported, the 2 previous ones that we did, I don't think the world would have fell apart, and I don't think that we would have done that complete disservice as what we've heard previously. You know, but I am seeing the debate, and I foresee the outcome, so I want to thank everyone for their support, or if it's the lack of. I was somewhat concerned that I asked a question. I asked a question around the horseshoe regarding what would be we were talking about what is why I should not be on there, and or more of these SPCs, and you know, we'll get this information back. But you've got a counselor that's coming forward, and I'm going to toot my horn for a second here, that, again, we've heard it before, wants to put in some extra time to figure out what is going on in our community. One of the biggest builds, if not the biggest build in our community, having the oversight, bringing that information back. And yes, you're right, I've heard this in the past, and a previous speaker indicated that, you know, the communication to come back to council is extremely important, and I will endeavor to do that. Now, I guess I see that there's again, someone wanting to bring forward this transparency, and it's been okayed by the board chair. I guess I'm just at a loss as to why the tone of me sitting on this, and I think I mean, I can read probably between the lines that it's Blaine that's bringing this forward, and I'm going to be very honest about that. And I think if it's somebody else bringing it forward, we might have a different tone. You know what? That's neither here nor there, and maybe that's an inner voice that shouldn't be spoke outside. But you know what? I'm a little frustrated that somebody wants to bring back this board of directors, being council, information of one of the largest builds. I'm shocked, and I would again ask for your support, although I do see where it looks like it's going. And I guess I will just leave it there before I say something that I probably would regret. So I'll ask for the vote.
Thank you. I'll ask for a roll call, please. Madam City Clerk.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed?
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed?
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
That is lost 4-5.
Thank you. We'll now move on to bylaws. I have a resolution from Councillor Parker, temporary mandatory mask bylaw recommendation from Community Safety Standing Policy Committee. Be it resolved that the Community Safety Standing Policy Committee recommend City Council allow bylaw 6239, temporary mandatory face coverings bylaw, to expire. Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you want me to take questions first, or do you want me to open up debate?
There may be questions from council. If there are questions, any questions from council? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Parker, for bringing this forward. And thank you for the work the committee undertook to explore this. When I read the report, and maybe I'll ask through you, Mayor Spearman, to the chair of the committee, perhaps, which is Councillor Parker. When I read through the report that is attached, it seems everything in there sort of points towards that keeping our mask bylaw is beneficial and resource effective. And so I'm just wondering what caused the committee to sort of go against what I see as almost the recommendation, at least from the information provided, to continue with our mask bylaw. If you can answer why that was discounted.
Well, I don't think I could answer the question was discounted. We took it as a recommendation from our administration, just like we take other recommendations from our administration on other issues throughout our corporation. We, as a group of four, that being, I want to say that Councillor Morrow, Acting Mayor Higgin, Councillor Campbell, and myself, we did have some lengthy debate and discussion in regard to some possible resolutions. One of the resolutions, if you see, I think in the minutes there, was a tie vote, and then a subsequent resolution was brought forward and the vote was 3-1. So the administration made a recommendation, they answered our questions, and they did an excellent job. I got to give them top grade like always. They did an excellent job answering all our questions, all our scenarios, and we also had experts on the line as well. So that's what we as a committee felt. So I can't speak on behalf of my colleagues, I'm just speaking on behalf of what the outcome was.
Okay, thank you. But there wasn't any, because as I said, when I read through the report, it seemed fairly clear that rescinding the bylaw was going to cause issues and increased resources needed to address changes. And so I'm just, was there any other information provided that the committee heard that would help me understand why going against the recommendation, or what the guidance was being provided? What would cause that? I just, if there was any other information, I'd like to hear it.
Thank you, and I appreciate that question. I know I've answered from my perspective, but I'm going to open up to my other colleagues that are on the committee to answer the question as well, if that's fair, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Would any of my colleagues like to aid in answering that question or add to what I've said to this point?
If not, that's fine.
Thank you.
No, I could. I thought I saw Mark was coming in there, Councillor Campbell.
Oh, that's, no, you go ahead, because I I was the 3-1. I was the one in the 3-1. So you go ahead, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you. No, we had, it was a very healthy debate. There was a lot of discussion that was brought in, a lot of emails, and as it's been provided, and we've all received these over the past. And honestly, it comes down to this for me personally, is that the province has an order in place right now that supersedes the city bylaw already. And it's confusing to the citizens out there. I had someone that is a very avid masker and had asked me to bring this forward, and I was actually quite surprised to actually have this expired because it was very confusing for him and his business, and that if there was one order out there, it was much easier to follow. And it supersedes. There's nothing that. Let me step back a little bit here. There was conversation when we first put this bylaw in that it was for an education purpose. That was the biggest thing. We heard that continually. So my biggest question is that are we going to continue to have the education? And I was confirmed, yes, we would. Is there anything that our bylaw has that the provincial bylaw wouldn't cover? No, that's not the case. So for that reason, I don't know why we have, and I'll take a word from the mover here, a lawless bylaw at this time, is we currently have a order from the province, and absolutely they deal with health. I am not a health expert and never even played one on television. And so I would say that I will be listening to the experts, and that being the province in this particular order that we have, and I just don't believe we need it for a local bylaw.
Thank you. We move on with other questions. Councillor Kaufman.
Councillor Carlson, I think, is still talking. He was muted.
I did have one second question quickly, Your Worship. One of the, because I had heard from probably the same person, Councillor Hagan, about our mask bylaw was a bit confusing because we had exemptions allowed. And one of the options that the committee was tasked to look at was amending our bylaw. Did the committee have any discussion on amendments to our bylaw that could be appropriate to dealing with those confusions, like removing our exemption?
And correct me if I'm wrong, my fellow members on the thing, we did not have any discussion on the amendments at all. Am I correct on that?
So
there were some changes to different options, Councillor Parker, but as far as our current bylaw, you're right. Not that I recall.
So there were no discussions on possible amendments.
Well, we were provided with 3 different options, and there was and I believe my one amendment was to maintain the bylaw, but follow provincial regulate or just provincial mandates to sort of continue on, and to also, at least in my mind, that we would have consultation within our own medical officers here in Lethbridge, along with the provincial officers, so that we can come up with a consensus as to whether or not we should continue with the bylaw. That was the one amendment that I brought forward.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Is Dr. Sutorp on the line?
Dr. Sutorp, are you on the line? No, she's not.
Okay, I had just a couple of questions from her. Maybe then is the DH, is that Mr. Henley? I wonder if Mr. Henley, city manager or designate, would be the proper way to do it. But I wonder if I ask Mr. Henley the same questions.
Fire away.
Thank you. So we have the public health order, the provincial public health order. Are those conditions the same as we have in our municipal bylaw?
Very similar. So the only real difference is the provincial regulations expand past just public areas. They also include work areas.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Very similar as well, right? So there's exemptions that exist in both the municipal regulation and provincial regulation. So there is parity there. Worded a little differently, but similar in nature.
Okay, so basically what we have in our municipal bylaw is covered in the public health order.
Yeah, they're both they cover generally the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
The one that provincial regulations cover that our bylaw doesn't is work spaces that aren't public spaces where they can't isolate, right? Where they can't have a barrier, they can't have all that sort of stuff.
Okay, thank you. So it does go beyond our municipal bylaw. Next question then, and this is where Dr. Secorp might be able to help a little bit better. The public health order is provincial wide. When it comes off, does it come off province wide, or are they looking at it by zone? Do you have any information on that? Does anybody have any information on that? Might be a better way to put that question.
I think in that, this is Dave Henley, I think that question was brought up in the committee, and there wasn't a real concrete answer on that, Councillor. They didn't have, the doctor wasn't in a position where she could identify that when the bylaw the provincial regulation was rescinded, that it was rescinded municipality by municipality or provincial wide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Councillor Kaufman, just if I could just add in, Luke Palmer did have his hand raised, and I don't know if you want to hear an answer from him.
Yeah, I like Luke, yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Kaufman. Not easy right now in terms of what we're seeing. The restrictions are province-wide, and that's partly due to it being weather. Right now, it's really difficult to maintain those cohorts with individuals having to move inside, and of course, you're having more congregations. If we were to see the public health order rescinded under this type of climate, it would be provincial-wide, of course. But as we move later into the year and we see the restrictions change into more regional cohorts, potentially with the ability to have people gather outside in other locations, it could change what we'll see in terms of the rescindment of the public health order. So it's really going to be kind of tied to the time of year it's in and what the orders is reflecting. But right now, if they were to rescind it, it would be provincially until we see them go back to that regional cohort model.
Okay, thank you. Is there any expiration date on the current order?
There is not. No, it's all tied to the path forward now. So we've got the 4 outlined steps with the hospitalizations, and what we'll see probably between each step is a revised version of the public health order. And I don't know when we'd see an absolute termination of any of those orders.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you to the SPC for bringing this forward. I do have a couple of questions I'm hoping Mr. Lowen can help me with. So one of the things that we're having a discussion about is whether this is superseded by the provincial, whether having 2 at the same time, etc. Mr. Lowen, are there any examples that you can think of where both the province and the city have a bylaw and law about the same thing? Like, do we have any other examples where that exists?
Thank you for the question. If I think about the situation provincially, I would say there are probably 2 areas that come to mind right away that both the province and local governments have actively legislated in, and that's tobacco consumption and cannabis consumption as well. There's some provincial rules for that, but different communities have been able to make more restrictive rules in their own community if it suits their local need. So those would be the 2 examples that jump to mind.
So it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility to have both a bylaw and a law or an order at the same time?
No, it's not legally impossible. In fact, you know, if you think about it, you go back to the tobacco example, the federal government has a lot of legislation that regulates that industry and its advertising, and so does the province, as do local governments. And what you get is a patchwork of laws that essentially require citizens to comply with the most restrictive, depending on where they are.
And this is one that's broadly, doesn't matter if it's provincial or bylaw. One of the concerns we hear from business people is that people will come in saying, I'm not going to wear a mask because it's against my charter rights. The business, though, has something posted, no masks, no service. If a business says, I will not serve you because you're not wearing a mask, does that break charter? Are businesses even under the charter?
No, I'd answer that first by reminding any businesses listening that I can't give them legal advice and they should seek their own independent counsel. But the charter as a document applies to government action. So if I felt I was being discriminated against in violation of the charter, I can't generally make a charter complaint if I was at a private store. However, every province has human rights legislation, and the Alberta Human Rights Act contains many similar rights-based protections against discrimination for disability, those sorts of things, that the charter does. And it would be under the human rights legislation that a person who felt their rights were being infringed could make a complaint. The guidance that I've seen generally from government agencies across Canada has been private business owners, and I agree, and that I agree with, private business owners have no right to or no requirement to let people in without a mask, even with a valid medical exemption, but they do have to make what's called reasonable accommodation. So you can see, obviously, there'd be a problem if you had a medical condition that stopped you from wearing a mask and you couldn't get your groceries. So the guidance has been, as long as people that have those kinds of restrictions are able to access those services in an accommodated way, whether that's curbside pickup or delivery or something else, then their human rights are being respected. Again, subject to specific facts, it could be different, but that's the general picture of that.
And one last question, then I'll jump out. Again to you, Mr. Lowen. Under the provincial order, it does actually say in there that municipal bylaws, follow them if your municipality has it. So the province is in effect saying that both can exist at the same time.
You have me at a disadvantage as to that sentence. I don't recall it off the top of my head, but I know you well enough, and that you would know that that's the case. The province is fine. In fact, over the course of the pandemic, the provinces at different times said they'd prefer for municipal governments to lead the way, because the challenge has been it's hard to react to specific geographic locations. And so you'll recall very early in the pandemic when transit in larger cities with trains like Edmonton and Calgary, that was a big part of the province saying, yeah, no, we think it's fine for municipalities to have those bylaws. I haven't heard them comment subsequently to that, but I'm confident they are okay with municipal bylaws.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Are there any further questions? Okay, we can move on to debate.
Sorry, Your Worship, I was trying to get in for a question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'll try and be quick. If our bylaw gets rescinded, it takes time to bring one back in. If we do nothing today, does our bylaw remain in effect, or because there was an end date on it, does it just expire? I'm just a little unclear on the process.
My understanding is it expires.
It does. It expires today. I thought we'd have to rescind it.
It had a due date.
Okay, thank you for that. And apparently the thunder has knocked the question out of my mind as well. Is there any way to pause? I'll ask through you to the city solicitor, perhaps. Any way to pause a bylaw to say that while the provincial order is in effect, our bylaw is paused, but comes into effect with the cancellation of a provincial order? Sort of having the best of both worlds is where I'm trying to go with this.
That's an interesting question. I'm just thinking about it off the top of my head. If we were to think about this this kind of a bylaw as being somewhat analogous to parking restrictions, And you'll recall that we made a policy decision as an organization not to enforce some of the parking rules for a particular period of time, and told the public about that. You could probably do something very similar. So if you had a bylaw in place and it was the masking bylaw, you could publicly announce that you weren't going to be enforcing it, and while it's still in no force and it's still legally enforced, that you're not going to be taking any actions. The question or the consideration that I would have if we were thinking about or evaluating that is, would those kinds of communications further confuse what people are hearing out there? So if the city made that kind of announcement, are we now going to hear from people that say, oh, well, I thought we didn't have to wear a mask now, even though the provincial one was in? So I don't know if practically, although it might be legally possible, there could be some operational impacts that might make it not a good idea.
Thank you, Mr. Lona. As you were talking, I was answering my own question in my head that it would probably be a nightmare for our regulatory service folks in the LPS if that happens. So thank you.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. As Councillor Carlson was speaking, I had one more question. Mr. Henley, if I can ask you a question. I asked Mr. Lowen if there were times when we had provincial laws as well as bylaws at the same time. Let me ask that question to you in a slightly different way. Is there an advantage sometimes from how you do your work to having both at the same time? I'm sure if we still have
Is Mr. Henley still there?
He is muted, I think.
I think I.
Mr. Henley, we can't hear you.
Oh. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. How we would approach that work is our bylaw officers in-house are appointed only under municipal bylaws. Police departments have authority under both municipal bylaws and the provincial enactments. When we go out, we educate on both parts, right? Very similar to what Mr. Lowen has identified when he talked about smoking regulations. It's very similar. So when it comes to tobacco, cannabis, smoking regulations, there's bylaws and there's provincial regulations. We use whatever is the most stringent tool is at those times is what's educated on.
Well, I'm hearing your answers in the short form is yes, it's sometimes useful to have both so you can pick which one is most useful.
That's correct. Yep, and it depends upon the circumstance, right? So certainly the bylaw, the most important point that I think needs to be identified is what Mr. Lowen also identified, is that it's consistent communication. So from having to enforce, trying to educate on the masking bylaw right from the outset, and then with the inception of the provincial regulations, it's getting that consistent message that has been the most beneficial in trying to gain compliance.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Mayor Spearman? Councillor Carlson here, sorry.
Go ahead.
One last question. If this bylaw is rescinded or allowed to lapse, how much communication are we going to be doing so that our community is not thinking, oh dear, we can now mask or we can't mask? Is that going to be a bit of a communications nightmare?
I'll ask the city manager to answer that question.
Councillor Carlson, that's I think a bit of a difficult question to answer. What I would say is that we will, depending on the decision council makes, we'll come up with a communication plan to support that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll move to debate. I'll ask Councillor Parker to lead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to my colleagues for their questions. I also want to thank members of the administrative team that have been going down this process with us as well and answering our questions. This all goes back to August of last year. And in August of last year, Council was given a resolution in front of them to implement a mask bylaw. And at that time, the logic at the time was there was nothing that the province had in place, and that we had to show leadership, and that we felt masks were very important. And there was debate around the table, and I'm not gonna say who was right and who was wrong, but obviously we did pass the bylaw, and we implemented it, and it was very well received in the community. People were very respectful. It was kind of weird that 3 members of the SPC committee were the 3 people that voted against that bylaw at that time. Myself, Councillor Morrow, and Acting Mayor Higgin. And we had logic at that time, but at the same time, we support what Council did as a majority, and we moved forward. In December of last year, I do believe Councillor Miyashiro brought a resolution forward that we extend the bylaw, because at that time, the bylaw that was passed in August had a sunset clause of December 31st. And so Councillor Miyashiro brought a resolution forward that we go send this to a SBC for public dialogue, for public input, and that we decide what to do. If not, it would expire on the 23rd, which is, I think, today. Now, in the meantime, in December, the province took it upon themselves. They saw the numbers increasing at an alarming rate, and they implemented a provincial-wide health order, that masks be mandatory. So it was almost, this is my perspective, this is not the committee's perspective here. It was almost redundant, in that we felt maybe we shouldn't have it, and that's why we're at the SBC and all that. So that's why we are where we are today. And so the vote was 3-1, and today we have a resolution here, and I'm expecting there'll probably be a resolution if this is defeated, because if you vote for it, it's rescinded, and if you vote against it, it's rescinded. So it's kind of a weird situation here, because we're probably gonna, if someone wants something differently, I'm expecting something to come forward if this resolution doesn't pass. Now, I believe that when we made our decision back in August, and I'll tell you right now straight up that probably my vote wasn't the right vote in seeing how the numbers went. And I think it's fair and it's okay, because, and I think a lot of times the community stereotypes the 3 people that voted against that bylaw, and I'm only speaking on behalf of myself, that we were anti-maskers. And I can tell you straight up, not one of us have ever said we were anti-mask. And we had different logic and different reasoning, but I think a common theme was we believed that responsible use of masks was very important, but the common theme was we follow Alberta Health. And so some people have been painted us with the brush that we are the anti-maskers, and that's not factual at all. We've said from day one, masks are very important. We just felt that it was outside the mandate. But anyway, I want to make sure that was known. So we, as a committee, have felt that our bylaw is pretty much exactly the same as the existing health order. And so it just makes no sense, and I think it would take away a lot of the confusion in the community in regards to what we do is, well, the city has a bylaw and the province has a law. I think we should just follow certain guidelines, guidelines, and that's it. And that's where I'm at right now, and I'll save the rest of my comments for the debate after everyone else has had their debate. So that's where the committee stands right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Who else would like to debate? No one? Councillor Carlson?
Thanks, Mayor Spearman. Bit of a rock and a hard place at the moment, and I'm not usually one for sitting on the fence, because I do understand, I think, what Councillor Parker is saying, that we do have a provincial health order. So if our bylaw lapses, folks will still be required to wear masks. The good news there would be the confusion would be gone, because I know some people have been using the wording in our bylaw about exemptions to flout orders, which I think has been confusing. And just putting my wishful thinking hat on, that was what I was hoping the committee was going to be exploring, is ways to make our bylaw a bit better, stronger, and less confusing to folks. I do say this is a provincial health, Alberta health jurisdiction. And I know that we stepped in early, and I think I agree with Councillor Parker, rightfully so. We saw where numbers were heading, we saw where things were heading, and we took steps to protect our community. However, Alberta Health has now stepped up and is also taking those same steps province-wide. And so I'm on the fence. I'm okay with letting Alberta Health take charge of this. It's their bailiwick, it's their jurisdiction. I applaud them and I encourage them to continue to do so. My concern is that if they decide in 2 weeks that the numbers in Edmonton and Calgary have come down enough, they cancel the entire provincial order. And we've seen that our numbers are bucking the trend, unfortunately, here in Lethbridge. 17 more cases today. We're still much higher than we should be, much higher than many other areas. So I'm really struggling with this. I'm hoping my colleagues have some debate that can help me decide which way to vote. Unfortunately, I think as Councillor Parker said, whether you vote in favor or opposed to this, our bylaw is gone. So I think maybe busy planning the next steps is where I will expend my energy.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. In the committee meeting, we had Dr. Suttorp with us, and she reminded us that our COVID was rising, unfortunately, in southern Alberta and Lethbridge, and I know that we do have the provincial bylaw in place, and so I was trying to make the amendment so that we had, as I mentioned earlier, that we had a little bit of collaboration between our health authorities here and the provincial health authorities in the event that if our numbers don't match what the provincial numbers are, and that we have more cases, we need to continue with our bylaw. That was defeated, but we still have the provincial bylaw, and this just gets more confusing as we go along as I continue to talk. So the bylaw, if this is passed, it will be rescinded. We will still have the provincial bylaw, and I'm confident that the provincial bylaw will be in place at such time that we can safely rescind the mask wearing. And I know people in Lethbridge everywhere, it's tired of wearing the masks, but I think it's still going to be appropriate, and I think the provincial government will. I have to have faith in the provincial government that we can continue to be wearing masks until it's appropriate all across the province. So I guess I'm also sort of sitting on the fence too, but I think we're okay to rescind the bylaw in Lethbridge, but know that it's provincial, and hopefully that will end some confusion for the city members of Lethbridge.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I actually can't believe what I'm hearing. So our numbers are climbing, our R factor's up across the province. We have anti-masking freedom rallies across the province because people think their rights are being trampled on when actually they're not. And we have people on this city council are waffling because they can't bring themselves to have a facial covering bylaw extended because we're hoping the province is going to keep theirs in place. We had our facial covering bylaw in place months before the province did. And I can probably guarantee that we'll probably have ours in place months after the province revokes theirs. And it's in order to keep our community safe and to keep our staff in City Hall, the staff in stores, the staff in restaurants if they ever open again, the staff in any other place that's in public safe or safer or try to, then we need to continue on with this bylaw. And it's only the prudent thing to do. Otherwise, we're never going to get out of this. If we don't have some other kind of restrictions, we will never get out of this. Even after vaccinations happen, some things that I've read, we're going to have to do social distancing, hand washing, and mask wearing even for months after, until we get to a level of immunization in the population that's deemed safe. So I'm not going to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you everyone for the conversation about this. What's a little frustrating about this is that it gets contextualized around politics, as who voted for what, when, and why. Ultimately, this was a public health measure. When the bylaw was brought in late August of last year, as was stated, there were no provincial regulations in place. And we all, regardless of what your political ideology or color on your banner or your petard, we were all a little frustrated by the fact that there were decisions that were being made that didn't actually instill or regulate or create an aspect of trust in the community of where we were headed with public health around COVID. So we stepped in, we made the decision, and this bylaw came into effect. As Dr. Satorp said during the SPC, public health decisions are based on science, they're based on evidence, which is much more than what we will do in the municipality, for sure, unfortunately. And it's that comfort that I see the provincial health order being in place. It is much stronger. It does, in effect, as one of the previous speakers stated in questioning, it does kind of take our bylaw out of play, and we have the regulation in place imposed by the province, or created, stewarded by the province, so to speak. The challenge is having the trust that politicians are not going to get involved in the decision to end the public health order. And in my mind, that's the subtext that I'm picking up from my colleagues, and that's definitely the subtext I'm picking up from the community, is this element of trust. I do not deny anybody the right for peaceful protest, and if people, whether they are pro or against masking, want to get together to protest, I have no issues with that. In violation of a public health order, somebody else has to deal with it. That's not my place to deal with. But if people want to protest, peaceful protest, I don't mind. The fun part about Charter of Rights, everybody cites sections 2 and 7. Everybody forgets section 1, which, by the way, is reasonable limits. The governments can impose reasonable limits. We should all read that section as well. In my mind, we are into doesn't matter what you do in this particular situation, the bylaw is set to die, and it would require another debate, another approach to the bylaw. If we have to take 2 weeks to reconsider that, then we have to take two weeks to reconsider that. The order is still in place. The order is not going to change. I do believe, well, Dr. Satorp did not answer the question specifically during the SPC. I do believe that there will be a consideration of each health region, and South Zone will have to be looked at in isolation from Calgary, in isolation from Capital. And I do believe that Dr. Satorp will be an incredibly wonderful steward of that science, of that data, comparing our R value to the R value in the other regions. So I do trust that would be extended. I don't see any change within the next 2 weeks. So if we do want to have a different approach, if we do want to have that sort of subtext to it, that can certainly come back. In terms of the recommendation from the SPC, this is the SPC process. This was the SPC process in the 90s. Any member of council had the ability to pull something from an SPC or to challenge what an SPC came to. And it's not disrespectful, it's not duplication of work, it's the process, because we exist in a democracy and it's a democratic debate. And at the moment, I cannot support ending the bylaw, even though the bylaw is going to end. That's just where I am sitting as of today. I take comfort in knowing that this public health order is going to remain in effect, and if there's something that this council wants to do in 2 weeks, we can do it in 2 weeks. We'll have the time to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you for everyone for the debate. I will be voting against this, not because I don't understand everyone's arguments, but I have seen too much research on these new variants. I have seen too much research on the R value going back up. I have seen too much research on, when you look at something like the South African variant, and it's bringing down the efficacy rate of the vaccines. So we're in a race right now, and if we don't keep our numbers as low as possible, we're going to lose the race to these new variants, regardless of the vaccines. So I think it is still imperative for every order of government to do as much as we can to protect everyone during this time. And if that means having two rules, so that our staff and administration can use whichever one is most appropriate, then I think that is the better way to go. And if we need to look at our bylaw and make changes appropriately, fine. But I do not want to look back 5 years from now and go, oh man, if we had only done more to protect the residents of Lethbridge. And I will not be on that side, so I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, everyone, for the debate. I'm going to go back to, I'm not an expert, and it sounds like most of us around the horseshoe are challenging the advice of experts, and that I don't want to have this variant leave us in this way or that way, and to think that the experts aren't following this is shocking. Dr. Sutter did mention at our SBC meeting that they are daily watching what's happening in our community, as they are in many communities, or all the communities for that matter, in Alberta. So I guess I am here to trust the medical advice and trust the experts. And if the province feels that the numbers are rising, the experts are going to do what's right. I have the trust that they'll do what is right. They are the health they take care of our health in Alberta, and so for that reason, I'm following their advice, and they do have a order currently in place. It's, if not the same as we've got or greater, and for that reason, I just think this is we're spending a lot of time spinning wheels and trying not to trust our experts by the sounds of it, and that's maybe just my opinion. But if there's going to be issues, they're going to deal with it. This is our health. Remember this, that when we put it in, there was 0 cases, but we still put it in to be safe. And you know what? And that's fine that we did that. If it was passed by a majority of council, and so are the cases going to shoot up? I wish I had the crystal ball, but they're watching this. They're watching it daily. They're watching it hourly, what happens in multiple different communities. And so for that reason, I'll trust the experts, and I will be voting in favor of this.
Thank you. I will be voting against it. I remember when the province implemented it on December the 1st, the last province in the country to do that. They only did it when there was threat of our medical facilities becoming overrun. They were counting on Albertans to do the right thing, and many Albertans didn't. I think we did the right thing in the city of Lethbridge, and when I look forward, I think we need to show leadership. We need to show that we care about our citizens, and we'll do the best we can to make sure that our citizens stay safe. We'll do the best we can to make sure our businesses stay open. And I think everything we can. This is a worldwide pandemic. It's something we haven't seen in our lifetimes. This is our chance to stand up and say, we're going to do the best we can to save as many people as possible, to make sure as few people as possible in the area where we have jurisdiction are afflicted, and as few people as possible die. Let's all do our best. Let's make sure Lethbridge City Council does its best in terms of protecting its citizens and making sure we do whatever we can. Our province has shown that they were slow, and we don't know what they'll do going forward. But I'll take the politics out of it and say, we can only control what we do. And for that reason, I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I can close. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say
I'm up.
Oh, sorry, Councilor Morrow. I didn't see.
Sorry.
Councilor Morrow?
Thank you. Wow, I I too can't believe what I'm hearing and the amount of time that's actually been, in my opinion, wasted. Because if I've ever seen politics being played, this is it right here, right now. Historically, if anybody has challenged the so-called experts, it's been me. Most of you have always gone with the experts and have made me feel that why am I not understanding and why am I challenging the experts? What I'm seeing today is a total role reversal. All of you that appear to be voting against this have always said we need to trust the experts, and you have historically voted that way. Now you have the provincial government. Yeah, we did a great job with this council in putting in the mask bylaw in August. But you all, I'm sure, Mr. Mayor, all of you, whoever, talked to the government, and they put in a mask bylaw, a mask order, which we were told is stronger than our bylaw, probably more enforceable than our bylaw. If you recall, all of you stated that the bylaw that we were putting in place was not to enforce, but to educate. The province's order is to educate and enforce. They are one step ahead of us. Maybe it took them time, took them longer than we did, but they're one step ahead of us. So for all of you that are saying that you want to protect the community, you want to protect the citizens, you want the numbers to go down, you don't want people to die, you're misleading the public because there is a mask order provincially. And further to the comments that were made by some of my colleagues regarding Dr. Sutorp, who attended or was at the SPC meeting, she clearly indicated that she is best friends with Dr. Dina Hinshaw. So when I heard that, I thought, wow, this is even better yet. We have our own medical officer here who claims to be best friends with Dr. Dina Hinshaw. So for sure, we will be protected. So I don't understand why you are all making a big deal of this, why we are wasting so much time on this. Nobody is to fear anything. Quit putting fear into the community. The province listened. The province created an order. We have better things to do with our time and our municipality and our staff's time. This, number one, is not even our mandate. Health does not fall under municipal government. It falls under the province. But it appears to me that with this province, there are many of my colleagues that seem to not be in favor of what this province is doing. I, for one, and I think all of us, you can't speak in favor one way and then against the other way. You sometimes you win and sometimes you lose, and you guys all know that just here at our municipal level. Well, with the province, sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. In this particular case, I think our community and the province has won because the province has an order in there. And as one of my colleagues indicated, that we were told these numbers are being monitored daily, if not hourly, constantly being monitored. And I'm going to guess that the province would have the best interest of our community. Health falls under them. And I'm also going to guess that if they decide to change their mind and get rid of this mask order, they're not going to pull it at midnight before our eyes. I'm sure that we will get some heads up. And if at that time we feel we need to create our own bylaw, which, let me remind you, is to educate only, according to you guys. So let's get real here. Let's not play games. Let's not play politics. The province has heard. The province has an order. Support this resolution. Rescind our bylaw because their order is a lot stronger and we have the right people in place. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but I will. I am totally trusting the experts in this particular case, which I normally don't. So support this bylaw. Thank you, Councillor, or Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Parker to close.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the comments of everyone around this table, and I don't think anyone around this table is waffling. I think they're just digesting lots of information, lots of their own political gut feel, their own logic, and so that's why we're having this debate, and it's a good debate and good discussion. As I stated earlier, when we first voted for this bylaw, there was nothing in place, and we showed leadership, and we did it, and we moved forward. The province has now showed leadership, and they know the significance and the importance of masks. All of us around this table understand the importance of masks. Some of my colleagues are saying there's a variant of this, a variant of that. When we got elected, we were elected to oversee transit, buses, pools, ice rinks, road clear, parks, recreation facilities. Those were our mandate. But some of us are speaking around this table like we know more than the experts. And if you do, all the power to you. But some would say that we're going to have these masks around for a long time. Well, I don't really think it's fair for me to go out there and say, I think we're going to be keeping these masks around as a member of City Council, and we're going to keep these around because we know better. We know better. And I'll tell you what, you know what's even going to cause even greater confusion is when the province does remove this, and I don't think they're going to remove it for a long time. They're not going to remove this for a long time. But if they did, and obviously the numbers are really, really good, and then we have a bylaw that we're going to bring forward, or we're going to have a bylaw in place, what kind of message, and more importantly, what kind of confusion are we going to create in our community when a bunch of people who make about $60,000 a year around this table know more than the people that are making $500,000 in Edmonton, who've been studying it for 12 or 16 years and have all the resources available to them? What kind of message, what kind of message are we sending to the community, and how confused will they be? Trust the experts. We made the right decision, even though I was on the wrong end of the decision back in August. The province has made the right decision. Let's support what the province is doing, and let's create the confusion, and let's support what's being recommended here. So I call the question.
Thank you. Question's been called. We'll have a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
That is lost 4-5.
Thank you.
So, Mayor Spearman, I have a resolution that I submitted to the clerk's office in the event that the request to stop our facial covering bylaw, in any effect, we need to replace that one because it expires today anyway. And I have a resolution that I have into the clerk's office that I'd like us to address today regarding facial covering bylaw continuation.
Okay, I have a resolution. I'll read the resolution, then I'll ask if you have a seconder.
Okay.
Resolution, continuation of facial covering bylaw 6239. Whereas the World Health Organization, WHO, Centre for Disease Control, CDC, Health Canada, HC, and Alberta Health Services, AHS, continue to recommend hand washing, social distancing, and wearing masks, facial coverings as a means to reduce the risk of spreading COVID-19. And whereas the number of active COVID-19 cases in the city of Lethbridge is over 200, and whereas the provincial R factor is over 1, and in areas outside of Calgary and Edmonton ranges from 1.06 to 1.2, and whereas personal precautions in public places will continue to be recommended until after population immunity is achieved, therefore be it resolved that City Council continue to implement bylaw 6239, excuse me, temporary mandatory face coverings bylaw. Is there a seconder to this resolution?
Your Worship, is there any way to see it? Oh,
Yes, it's on the screen.
Oh, I just need to change what's pinned. Sorry, hang on a second.
Point of order, Mayor Spearman.
Just a second. Point of order can come if there is or is not a seconder. So I don't see a seconder.
I'll second.
Okay.
Point of order, Mayor Spearman.
Point of order, go ahead.
Sorry, just asking for clarification on the rules around additions to the agenda after it's been approved.
When there's a motion on an item and it's lost, then there is nothing on the floor at that time. So an alternate motion can be put forward. It's not an addition to the agenda, it's just an alternate motion, and that is allowed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, yeah, so the motion was lost. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
So we now have an alternate resolution that's been proposed by Deputy Mayor Miyashiro and seconded by Councillor Croson.
This actually isn't the entirety of what I submitted, unless I submitted the wrong file. Mr. Wetcherson, did you receive the file that stated which exemptions need to be removed from this bylaw?
I did not.
Well, which one did I send to you guys then?
The one as presented on the screen is what I
Right.
received.
So there's the one I sent also had that we continued to implement it until December 31st, 2021, and that exemption 6C, 6I, and 7 be removed from the bylaw. So how do you want to rule on that? Because I have the resolution in front of me with those two.
That's not. I can't accept that, Councillor Miyashiro. All I can accept is the resolution that was received.
That's weird because I don't. Yeah. Okay, fine. I can add it in.
The mover can amend their resolution.
Yeah.
Okay. The city clerk is saying that the mover can amend his resolution.
Thank you. Yeah, if it's amenable to the seconder as well, please add in further be it resolved that exemptions 6C, 6I, and 7 be removed from bylaw 6239. My apologies. I'm not sure how that didn't get sent.
Okay. Could you explain what those exemptions are? Because the rest of us are.
Yeah, I can. 1 second. Just got to bring it up.
Mayor Spearman, while that's being done, is it possible to have that? I don't have the ability on my iPad for whatever reason to pin something. So right now I'm looking at a screen. I think it's Mr. Henley's. I'm not looking at Mr.
Yes.
West's screen. So is it possible to get that up on the big screen, please?
Yeah, and thank you, Councillor Kaufman, because I'm looking at the same thing and I pin it, but the main one is the presentation submissions. Mr. Henley's screen is pinned right now, and I can't make the other one bigger even if I pin it.
Oh. So for council, what the exemptions are that I stated were 6C, 6I, and 7. Exemption 6C is that persons unable to wear a face covering by reason of underlying medical condition or disability or other protected grounds under the Alberta Human Rights Act. 6I, an individual leading in worship provided physical distancing of at least 2 meters is possible. And 7, Section 4 does not apply to a parent, guardian, caregiver, or person accompanying a child who's older than 2 but younger than 5, chronologically or developmentally, and refuses to wear a face covering and cannot be persuaded to do so by their caregiver. Open for questions.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, it's Joe. Sorry to interrupt. For some reason, I couldn't hear what was happening after Councillor Kaufman's point of order. Can someone help me out? What happened after that?
The city clerk ruled that the mover could amend their own motion.
No, but I thought Councillor Kaufman's question was, how do you put something on the agenda when the agenda's already been approved?
And the answer to that was, if the original motion is defeated, an alternate motion can be proposed.
You don't need a 2/3 majority of council to bring a resolution over the wall after the agenda's been approved?
I'll ask the city clerk.
Thanks for the questions. No, you actually don't, because that resolution has lost and a member of council has the right to put an alternate motion on the floor.
Without a majority of council supporting that?
Yeah, it's not a new item that's being added to the agenda. It's the same item and it's just an alternate resolution.
Thanks for that. I'm sorry I missed that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Parker is in the queue as well. Is there a question you have at this point, Councillor Parker?
Are we just speaking to the resolution? Is there just speaking to the resolution?
So I'm just trying to get the order right. Councillor Miyashiro was about to begin talking to the resolution, introducing it. There was confusion about whether the resolution was available to all councillors. Hopefully now it is. So
why don't I allow my colleague to speak to it first, and then he may answer my questions.
Okay.
On his speak.
Okay, Councillor Miyashiro.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Spearman. And all I'm saying was this, and it's not that I'm trying to be an expert or anything. It's that in the case that a facial covering provincial bylaw or provincial law legislation is rescinded, that we still have it in place in Lethbridge. Our numbers are increasing, and our numbers are not where they should be. And when we put our first facial covering, when we put the facial covering bylaw in place, we had 0, as Councillor Higgin pointed out. Now we have 200. So if we don't keep doing all the steps we need to do to try to reduce the risk of spreading this virus, it's going to get worse. And it's going to get worse, and the R factor is going to grow, and we're going to be in this for a long time. So we need to do what we can do to make sure that we slow the spread of this virus. Open for questions.
Okay, Councillor Parker.
Thank you very much. And so my question to you, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, what is the end game? And I'm not going to use the number of December 31st. What is the end game? When are you going to feel comfortable where we would not need this bylaw? And I think it's important that you tell the community right now, what is the R factor, what is the number where you think it's appropriate not to have this?
So when it's not spreading anymore, when our numbers aren't growing, when people aren't coming into Lethbridge from other areas that don't have facial covering bylaw, when our R factor is low enough that we're not growing and actually the numbers are dropping, that's when I'll be really satisfied with this.
So if, for example, so I'm just going to throw some scenarios out here because people are going to ask me this in the community, and I should ask these questions back in August. So let's say the numbers are 50% lower next week.
Right.
Are we going to rescind it, or are we going to take it back?
No, with 50% lower, it's still 100.
So what is the number? Because we had it was 0 when we first brought it in. So does it have to be negative something for us to rescind it?
It has to. Yeah, it has to start dropping to a point where it's not growing anymore. So we were at 0 and we started growing again. So if we get down to a number where it's going to be stable and dropping, that's the point where I'd be satisfied with.
Okay,
I'm not sure if any of you actually live with your kids. You got to see your kids at Christmas. I didn't get to see my kids or grandkids because we couldn't travel. So unless you can understand what that's been like for people, when your family lives in the same city or not even in the same city and you can't see them because of government restrictions, this is what we want to stop. This is what we want to make sure that people can start living a normal life. And that normal life isn't going to stop till this is under control.
Okay, so that wasn't, so, okay, I wasn't getting into debate right now. I'll get into debate after, but I'm going to follow up with another
But
question.
you asked me a question.
And I appreciate that. So my second question is, what tribunal or what group is going to decide this? Obviously, you said there's a number. Is it when Rob Miyashiro has the number, or is it when is it that you guys are going to feel good to rescind it? I just need to know so I can tell the community that when my certain colleagues feel a number, that we'll rescind it. I just got to tell them that.
I understand that. When we, when across the board, that people are understanding that this is under control, and I mean across the board as in the entire province, or hotspots that need to be dealt with, when those are under control as per whatever health authority needs to say that it is, then I'll be happy to do that. Then someone at this council or I can bring forward a resolution and say, look, we got it under control. Maybe we don't need the facial covering bylaw anymore. However, the things that I've also read and heard about even post-vaccination is if we don't have immunity in the population, then you're still going to need to practice these restrictions anyway.
Okay.
So it's just not it's just, yeah.
And then my last question, because now I'm confused, because you said when an expert comes out and says it's appropriate to remove the mask, if Alberta Health isn't the expert, who's the expert then?
Yeah, well, Alberta Health is also was 4 months behind us in implementing their facial covering bylaw. So if it's not just the mask, Councillor Parker, it's also the fact that if our numbers are dropping, they think the numbers are safe and that we're in a safe zone in the province. Whether they think masking is okay or not, I think is beside the point. The point is at what point are we safe in this province to not spread COVID? That's my point.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. Point of order. It's Joe.
Yes.
I can't take this anymore. This is absolutely inappropriate because this is the Councillor Rob Miyashiro show pretending that he knows everything about health. This is absolutely wrong. And the reason, let me finish, because he made a statement.
Nice one. Because I'm smarter than you.
Okay,
Joe.
quiet.
At least I'm not as dumb as
One
you
at a
are.
time.
You
Councillor
made a
Morrow,
statement.
go ahead.
You made a statement that people that come from out of town into our community who don't have a mask bylaw, that is false because we have a provincial mask bylaw.
Well, right now we do.
Okay, we're not in debate at this point. Can we just
Have an
go
intelligent
back to
question. We
questions,
can have
okay?
discussion about it maybe.
This is absolutely out of order. It's wrong. If I
All
don't
right.
need to listen to Councillor Miyashiro.
Councillor Morrow,
I
I'm
need
going to
to
rule
listen
you
to the
out of
expert.
order. We're in question mode at the moment. Not, so, further questions?
My question's been answered. Thank you, Councillor, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Okay, Acting Mayor Higgin.
So a question for the mover. So if the chief medical officer of health says no to that we're okay and we're safe and we're past this, will you respect that?
That we're past, absolutely. I just said that, Acting Mayor, is if the chief medical officer comes out and says, this is under control, we don't have to do any more of the highly restrictive things that we can do. We don't have to wash our hands anymore. We don't have to social distance anymore. We don't have to wear facial coverings. If the medical officer of health can come out and say that, absolutely, then someone can come back and say, we don't need this anymore. And I won't fight it. And I won't fight it.
And you currently believe she is not doing that then by just
They
having
haven't
this
done it.
provincial?
I'm just saying right now, Acting Mayor, is that if the facial covering legislation or policy provincially is removed, and we still have the numbers that we have in Lethbridge, I don't think we're safe to stop doing it. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and the final question I have then, so if she feels that it is safe and Alberta Health feels it's safe and removes the mask bylaw, you would not agree with that then?
I would like to see their reasoning for sure. I'm not going to argue publicly with the medical officer. No.
Never mind, you don't have to go on. This is a joke.
Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thought I heard thunder again there for a bit. Just a question to the mover. I appreciate the final further be it resolved about the exemptions.
Yep.
I'm just wondering, some of the concerns I did hear in the community is that our, pardon me, our bylaw exemptions differed from the Alberta exemptions.
Right.
And I'm just wondering that instead of just removing a few of the exemptions under our section 6, I think 6CI and all of section, if you've had a chance to look at the provincial order of health, and it's their section 24 that I'm referring to,
right?
And they've got a section 24 that it has a list of A through J,
right?
So that's 10 exemptions that they allow,
right?
Would you have any interest in just replacing our section 6 with their section 24 exemptions?
I don't have a problem with that if you want to suggest that amendment.
I'd like to.
Okay, then do it.
I'll make an amendment and see if it flies. That
for sure.
That we replace that exemptions 6 is replaced with the exemptions in the provincial medical order of health 24A through J.
Is there a seconder for that?
I'll second that.
Okay, then we'll have to have a listing of those exemptions so we all know what they are.
Looking. Councillor Carlson, do you have it?
I do. It's in these chief medical officer health. I can't show it on my screen. I can read them. It's in our package. If everyone looks at item 2.5 under the consent agenda, here it is.
Okay.
So that's their section 24.
Okay.
I couldn't copy and paste because it was a PDF. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, it's Joe again. I'd like to put in a motion to postpone.
Okay. Do you have okay, seconded by Councillor Parker.
I have a question on the postponement because I was thinking something similar.
What's your question on postponement?
Just the process. If we amend our bylaw and extend it today, it's a one-step process. If we postpone this vote, do we have to go through 3 readings of a bylaw?
Yep. Our bylaw ends today.
Yeah. Madam City Clerk, can you give confirmation or?
As I understand it, the bylaw was written to extend it by resolution, not by 3 readings. And I could get City Solicitor Lowen to confirm that.
Oh.
We couldn't hear Mr. Lowen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, the bylaw is written to be extended by resolution, but to do that, you need to extend it by resolution while it's still in force and effect, which would be today. Otherwise, what you'll need to do if you want to reenact it is 3 readings. And if you want to amend it as well, we'll have to draft an amending bylaw and you'll have to give that 3 readings as well based on the outcome of the resolution today. But we could do that subsequent to today anyway.
So if a resolution is passed today, it could be amended at any time.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so there is a motion on the floor to postpone and it has been seconded.
Sorry, the question, I just need clarification. So the bylaw expires today, but we can postpone it, the expiration?
You have to pass a resolution today or the bylaw expires.
Right.
If you postpone it, then you'd be back at 3 readings.
Right.
So point of order, Mayor Spearman, if I could,
Sure.
to the solicitor. This is very different. This is not extending exactly what we had. And I'd like to find out if this is quite different than what we had to extend. It should be the same as in my opinion, but I would like to have the solicitor speak to this. This is very different than extending the current bylaw that we have by the looks of it. Could you please confirm?
The short answer is yes, but I would say you need to think about if the resolution passed as it's currently worded, the existing bylaw would be extended, and the exemption piece that's listed up there, we would need to go back and draft an amending bylaw that would amend the bylaw and come back to council, and that amending bylaw would need 3 readings. The only way you can amend a bylaw is by another bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Solicitor. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we're back to the postponement motion, moved by Councillor Morrow and seconded by Councillor Parker. Okay. If there's
Is
no
there debate on postponement?
Yes, there can be debate.
May I debate then?
Go ahead.
Okay. It's not that I am against what anybody here is trying to do, but we're trying to create, again, a resolution, a bylaw, whatever you want to call it, on the fly. We know we have a provincial order. So let's put the fear away. This postponement, number one, I'm questioning why we're even discussing this, because as the city solicitor said, we have an existing bylaw. If we're going to change any information, any details in that bylaw, it must be done via another bylaw. What we are attempting to do now is change the existing bylaw by removing or adding and doing whatever. It's a change to the existing bylaw. Therefore, no matter what, it has to go through a bylaw. So the reason I'm asking for postponement is so that the geniuses in the crowd can get their heads together and come up with a new bylaw with all the changes.
Point of order, Mayor Spearman.
Bring it forward.
Councillor Morrow.
Just let him. Councillor Miyashiro, I'm going to rule you out of order.
I'm just playing your game. I'm just playing your game. You yourself said you were a genius and I'm an idiot, so I'm respecting you.
Okay,
I'm calling you a genius. So if you're a genius, follow the law, get your act together. Let's postpone this. Go out and do your work. Go out and talk. Well, you don't need to talk to the experts because you are the expert. And let's come back with a bylaw so that the public understands exactly what we're doing. Because right now, you're playing political games. Support the postponement bylaw. Call for the question.
Okay. Question's been called. We'll do a roll call vote on the postponement. Please.
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Gladly in favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
4 to 5, that's defeated.
Okay, we're back to the motion. Councillor Morrow, Councillor Miyashiro.
So you had a amendment that you wanted Councillor Carlson asked to replace the exemptions. That's on the floor right now. I have a further amendment in mind as well, but I think we need to deal with one at a time.
Okay, Councillor Carlson, you have an amendment to replace the 3 articles with the ones from the provincial order. Do you have a seconder?
I did, Your Worship. My question, I guess, just to try and stave off any other issues, I wasn't clear that we couldn't just amend the bylaw.
Yeah.
And so I thought we could amend our bylaw through resolution. my failing for not getting that. So if we can't amend the bylaw here, and I'd like confirmation on that.
Mr. Lowen, can we amend as being proposed by Councillor Carlson?
No, you need to pass it. A bylaw needs to be amended by an amending bylaw that gets 3 readings as well.
Okay,
What you could do, though, is give us specific direction on what amendments you'd like to see drafted.
Okay.
Thank you. And that's what I perhaps change that to with permission of the seconder, is that give direction to bring an amending bylaw to replace, as stated there, basically just to harmonize with the Chief Medical Officer of Health order. That is the one thing that I've heard causes confusion in town, is our bylaw is different. And so there's confusion over what they should be doing. So if my motion is acceptable to the seconder as direction to the city solicitor to bring something for council's perusal, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so Mr. Lowen, do we have to reinstate and extend the date of the existing bylaw?
So,
and then provide direction for an amending resolution?
You need to do those things. You need to extend the meeting, the bylaw in today's meeting.
right.
And then, and whatever else you'd like to do.
Okay,
So then maybe we need to add to this one then to extend
Point of order.
the current bylaw to May the 1st.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor Chiro. I'd like to hear what the city solicitor does. And you keep
I did ask a question, and the answer was we have to reinstate the existing bylaw. That's the first thing. Okay, and then maybe rather than complicate it all, pass a second or resolution that is one where we get assistance from administration to amend the existing bylaw.
Well, in that case, when we just amend this resolution to extend the current one to May the 1st to get this work done. I would propose that, putting that in there somewhere.
Yeah, or you could.
So we
could extend it to the end of the year, and you can amend it at any time.
Well, we could do that too.
Which would be the intent, right?
Right.
Okay, what will your resolution look like? We have it all the way down to therefore be it resolved. We would keep all those whereases. Therefore be it resolved. What is your resolution?
Right, so, Councillor Carlson's resolution or amendment.
Okay, be it resolved that, I can't read it, I'm sorry. Therefore, be it resolved that administration prepare an amending bylaw to harmonize the City of Lethbridge bylaw with the Chief Medical Officer of Health order.
Right. I guess the court.
Is that only with regards to exemptions or the entire thing? I think it's only supposed to be with regards to exemptions.
That was my intention.
Harmonize the Lethbridge bylaw in regards to exemptions. Exemptions with the Chief Medical Officer of Health order exemptions. So the clause up above, further be it resolved that these sections be removed, is that clause needed now?
No, this would change that.
So we can delete further be it resolved up above.
Mayor Spearman, I have another point of order. I'm sorry. I need to talk to the city solicitor.
Sure.
There's,
You have a question?
if
Yeah.
if we're extending this, it is my understanding, the same that we have in the bylaw that was passed last year. That we're amending a bylaw, in my understanding, if we're amending a bylaw right now to extend whatever it may be, we are going to need to have 3 readings, unless it's the identical that we have. Because currently we don't have our bylaw was passed the way that it was written last year. We're amending a bylaw that still doesn't go to 3 readings. I need clarification on this and to be on the record. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the first issue to discuss is the bylaw will be extended by resolution. That is unusual, but that is how it's been drafted, and other communities have done the same thing. So that would extend the bylaw. So the bylaw would be in effect to whatever date that council extended it to. Once it's in effect and it's sitting there, it would be subject to the same rules for amendment as any other bylaw. Which would mean if we brought you an amending bylaw that, for example, changed the exemptions as is proposed, then you would have to debate that. You'd have to debate that either at one meeting if there was 100% consensus and council was unanimous on that, or you would have to do it the 3 readings over more than one meeting. The 3 readings over more than one meeting. So, but you would be allowed to amend the bylaw that if council chose to extend it. Does that answer your questions
okay
officially?
Yeah. Thank you. And so it does partially, but I'm still just a little perplexed with the bylaw that we had. So without all of these different additions to them and the amendments, we're going back to the original bylaw that we first have to approve or not approve, and then the amendments that we're talking about right now would come after. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
So, well, thank you, Lawyer Miyashiro. But can we? So we're going to go back first to the original the original bylaw extension with no amendments to it prior to crafting up something that's different, in my understanding. Is that correct, City Solicitor?
That looks to me what's being proposed. I'd defer any comment on the parliamentary procedure aspect of that question to the clerk, whether those different things are appropriate in one motion or in separate motions. But from a legal perspective, if council gives us direction to extend it, that's been done. And if they give us direction to prepare an amending bylaw, we would prepare that bylaw and council would have to debate that at a future date.
Thank you. And so City Clerk, Miss City Clerk, if you could please, as far as the procedure, give me more comfort.
Please repeat your question, Councillor Higgins, so I'm clear.
So, okay, so the very first bylaw that we're bringing forward that was put forward last year, that we're looking at extending, as Councillor Miyashiro, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro has in place. That needs to first be addressed as with no amendments, if that is correct. Is that correct?
From what I understand, the bylaw would have to be before you, but you can get direction, or you can give direction to amend the bylaw to administration to bring it back, yes.
At a future meeting, right.
Correct.
So currently on the table should be, and maybe I'm missing it, should be just the bylaw as we had last year, no amendments, with the exception of the extending that through a council resolution. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe the bylaw is before you with no amendments, but at committee there was options to allow amendments to the bylaw, but there were no amendments included. Correct.
I don't know of anybody else, but I'm extremely confused on this, and I know that we voted down putting this off for a couple of weeks, but I'm needing more clarification, because apparently I'm getting different answers, and I appreciate the answers, but I'm very confused on where we are with this, because it appears to me we're amending a bylaw that should be amended through another bylaw, and we're not dealing with the first bylaw and just the extension. So I don't know if any of my colleagues or anyone else can help me understand this, but I'm extremely uncomfortable with the way that this is going, and I think we're all over the map.
Okay, thank you. So a resolution has been put, can we see the resolution, please, just to get everybody centered? Let's see what this resolution says. So we have all the same original whereas clauses, and now if we can roll up a little bit and see what the resolution says. What's in red? Has that been deleted?
Yeah.
Proposed amendment. Okay, I can't read it. Can somebody read it? Okay, further be it resolved that exemptions, what is that, B, C?
6C, 6I, and 7.
6C, 6I, and 7 be removed from the bylaw. Temporary face coverings bylaw. Okay, Councillor Miyashiro, was that intended to stay in the resolution?
No, because furthermore, the amendment down below says, strike the last operative clause and replace it with the following. So really all we're asking is to extend the masking bylaw, the facial covering bylaw, to the end of the year, and then in the meantime, prepare an amending bylaw.
Okay, so let me see, where's the clause that says extend the existing bylaw? Where's that?
It's right there.
Okay, good. Okay, and then there is an amendment proposed by Councillor Carlson that is highlighted in yellow. Okay, so let's go back to the amendment now, proposed by Councillor Carlson and seconded by Councillor Miyashiro. Any questions on the amendment? I see none. Debate on the amendment.
No, I
Okay.
do have a question on the amendment.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Higgin.
Are we not going back to what we just did? We are now, the amendment is changing the original bylaw. I'm sorry,
It's Councillor Hagan, sorry, Acting Mayor Hagan. The resolution is that administration prepare an amending bylaw. So it's not changing anything right now. It's directing that an amending bylaw be prepared for council to examine and vote on.
do we not have to have the original one passed prior to this?
It's part of
Because
this resolution.
It's a question of, Lane, it's a question of if the first resolution gets passed, then the next operative resolution is that further we amend to harmonize with the province.
So Councillor Carlson, you're including it with the main resolution. Do you mean it to be separate, or do you want it included with the main resolution? You're
No,
amending the main resolution.
Yes, and included, I believe, is fine.
But we're amending, again,
No,
we're amending.
You're not voting, Blaine, you're not voting now to amend the bylaw. You're voting to extend the bylaw and give direction to administration to bring something back in front of council at a later date. Does that make sense?
No, but that's okay. I won't figure this out. It's I'm trying to go through it, and it's going to take some time. So I'll step out.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions on the amendment?
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
I just want to make sure. So this is to Mr. Lowen or to our city clerk, and I understand you guys follow the rules to a T and you guys know, so I just want to make sure, so when I go back to the community. So we voted down a resolution that I brought forward. would that have been the appropriate time to bring an amendment which would say extending it? Wouldn't that have been the proper time? Because now we vote on the resolution, it gets defeated, then we get another resolution that wasn't part of the agenda. And usually when you have to add another resolution, no matter what resolution it is, you need 2/3 majority of council to add it to the agenda because it becomes now officially part of the agenda. So I'm just concerned because every time you have a resolution that gets voted down, I'm just going to bring another resolution in the other way. The time to do that is during the amendment process of the original resolution. It wouldn't be after the fact because you have process in place for a reason.
So we've had a,
I'm just actually, my question is to Mr. Lowen.
okay.
Thank you.
As a matter of respect and courtesy, I defer, generally speaking, procedural questions to the clerk, who has more, who engages with those rules more regularly for an initial answer. For a legal answer, I'd probably want to take a break and go back and examine our bylaw in more detail to come up with a considered response to that question.
The clerk's ruling was that once a resolution is defeated, an alternate resolution can be prepared.
Mr. Lowen, did you need 5 minutes to just kind of take a quick look at that?
If that's council's desire, I'm happy to, and I'd welcome the collaboration of the clerk as we worked our way through that issue as well.
And I'd appreciate that, just so we feel reassured. And I trust what you guys are saying, but I just want to make sure because
And if I can just add,
Please do.
the main motion that was defeated, for it to be amended with the motion that the alternate motion that Councillor Miyashiro, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro put forward would be contrary. So it wouldn't have been allowed.
So if it's a contrary resolution, if it's a contrary resolution,
Contrary to
it'd
the
have to be a
main
whole new resolution, and it would have to be supported by 2/3 of council to be adopted onto the agenda. Am I correct?
That's for a new item. This is an alternate motion. This motion was proposed at committee. Well, I shouldn't say the motion was, but there was alternate options at committee. So in essence, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro is taking one of those alternate options that administration had put forward and putting it as an alternate motion to this item. Otherwise,
But was the alternate resolution in the public agenda?
it was not in the public agenda. No.
Thank you. That's enough. Thank you.
And further not discussed in agenda review.
Okay. I accepted the ruling of the clerk that the alternate resolution could be considered. So that's where we're at.
I think where we're at is I do believe that the city solicitor and the city clerk were going to take 5 minutes just to go over it. I think that's where were we at. Am I correct on that?
Okay. Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute, or we'll take a recess, and then the city clerk and the city solicitor will report back to council. Okay, can we notify everybody that we're ready to restart? We need to make sure all the councillors are back online.
Councillor Campbell, can you hear us?
I can.
Thank you.
Okay, when we're ready to go, we'll do a roll call just to make sure everybody's here. Okay, go ahead.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Here.
Mayor Spearman.
Here.
Councillor Campbell.
Here.
Councillor Carlson.
Here.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Hello.
Councillor Morrow.
Yeah.
And Councillor Parker.
Here.
All present, thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, we'll resume the meeting. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to say first and foremost, thank you very much to the City Clerk's Department as well as the City Solicitor for taking the opportunity just to try to get some clarification on my concern and my question. It's greatly appreciated. Not once did I ever question or not trust what you were saying. I just wanted to make sure we had clarification just so moving forward in the community that they understand that these questions have been addressed. And Madam City Clerk, I do believe you are correct in regards to what you were saying there. Maybe you can add a bit of clarification on that when I said that you needed 2/3 majority to reconsider or to bring a new resolution when it wasn't on the original agenda.
2/3 to add an item to the agenda, correct. However, this is not adding a new item, the alternate motion. It was part of the original masking bylaw item.
And am I also correct that if the original resolution would have been passed 5-4, a member of council wouldn't be able to bring something forward because then you would actually have closure on that resolution. And in this case,
an action or direction.
and in this case, there was no really action or direction, and that's why we had that corresponding resolution by Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Correct.
So first of all, my apologies. Actually, I'm not going to apologize. It's always good to recess and do it right. And I want to say thank you to the City Clerk's Department as well as our City Solicitor's Department. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Westerson.
Mr. Sarsfield, our
Sarsfield, of course.
parliamentarian. Thank you.
So we have a resolution that is being crafted, has not yet been passed. This alternate resolution is now on the screen, and there was an amendment which has not been voted on, which is highlighted in yellow. So, because there has been an amendment, we have to deal with the amendment first. Okay? So, are there questions on the amendment? I see none. Okay, are we ready to debate the amendment? Councillor Carlson, would you like to lead the debate?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm sorry for any confusion it caused. One of the discussions I had with members in the community leading up to the committee discussion and recommendation to council was that our bylaw was slightly different than the provincial bylaw, which caused confusion amongst some of our public. So harmonizing ours with the provincial bylaw, I think, would make sense. I know we can't do that now, but at least we're providing direction to the city solicitor to go away and make our bylaw harmonized with the provincial one. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, any further debate?
If not, I'll call for the vote.
Okay, there's no further debate. Question has been called on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Do we need to do a roll call vote? Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor?
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson,
In favor?
Councillor Kaufman,
In favor?
Councillor Croson,
In favor.
Councillor Morrow,
Favor?
Councillor Parker,
Favor.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Carried 9-0.
Thank you. So now we're back to the motion as amended. The essence of the motion is to extend the current bylaw, with the amendment stating that administration would come back with amendments which align it with the provincial medical officer of health's order. Councillor Miyashiro, you're the mover of the main motion.
Yeah, I'll leave it open for further questions.
Are there further questions on the motion as amended? I see none.
Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor,
okay.
it's Joe.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make an amendment as well, if I can, please.
Okay. What is your amendment?
My amendment is to change the date from December 31st to the end of April 30th.
Second.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that? That's Councillor Parker. Okay, questions on the amendment, or would you like to explain it?
No need to explain, it's just bringing the date up.
Okay. Okay, straightforward amendment. Debate on the amendment?
Just a question, Your Worship, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just through you to probably city solicitor, if the city manager doesn't mind me going directly to him. What would be the process if council's not willing to have the bylaw lapse on April 30th? The reason for my question is to December 31st, we can cancel it at any time, but I'm wondering about how to go about extending it. If we get to April 30th and go, we need another month, how does that accomplish, or is that a 3 reading situation?
No, that's what we're doing right now.
As it's currently worded, I think you could continue to extend it by resolution. If council, and that's an unusual legal technique, but so if council had a more definite idea of how they wanted to handle when it's going to be rescinded, we could even bring forward those as amendments. But as worded currently, you can continue extending it on by resolution.
So by the end of April, a member of council could say it's too early, extend it another month?
You could, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
I like it.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, debate. Councillor Morrow?
I'll close if there's no debate.
Councillor Parker?
I really like the amendment. Should have brought that in a while ago, Councillor Morrow. But anyway, I think it's good. It gives us an opportunity to be flexible. It also sends the message to the community that this is not a sentence for the end of the year, that we're optimistic, but at the same time, it gives us an opportunity to reflect on the existing bylaw and the existing situation in our community. So I think this is fair, and I will support it.
Any other debate? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm leaning, rather than not being a fence sitter, I'm leaning to supporting this amendment. One of the issues I had in community was trying to explain to them that just because we extended to December 31st doesn't mean it will last to December 31st. I think this way may be easier to explain to the community, in that we've extended it for 2 more months. And at that point, we will see if we need to extend it again. So thank the member for bringing this forward.
Anybody else? I won't be supporting the amendment. The reason why is simply they don't expect most of the population to be vaccinated until at least September of this year. So I think there will be risk until we see how successful the vaccine rollout goes, and how that addresses and limits the spread of the pandemic. So until there's evidence that we aren't continuing to spread the pandemic, I wouldn't be supporting a prior expiry date. If we are able to do it prior to December 31st, I would be willing to consider a motion that would remove the mask bylaw at that time. But I don't think it's practical to keep having an expiry date a couple of months down the road when we really haven't turned around our ability to succeed against the spread of the virus. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Although I'm not, this is just on the amendment, and I do support the amendment in that it does bring that sunset clause up a little closer, although I'm not in favor, but that's not as far as the whole resolution goes, but the amendment I will support.
Okay, any further debate on the amendment? Councillor Morrow, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, I'm trying to be respectful, but I'm even making fun of my own amendment, because at the end of the day, as we stated, an hour and a half ago, there already is a mask bylaw. There's already is a mask order by the province. So I picked the date, the end of April. I don't know why, because it really doesn't make any difference whether you support this or not. There is an existing mask order. I'll call the question.
Question's been called. We'll do it by roll call.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Campbell.
In favor?
Councillor Carlson.
Now opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
5-4, it carries.
Okay, the expiry date is now April 30th. Okay, now we're back to the main motion as amended. Okay. Any questions on the main motion as amended? Okay, debate. Councillor Miyashiro.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, my hand's up.
Yeah, Councillor Morrow had his hand up, and so
Okay,
does Councillor Higgin.
Okay,
And so does
Councillor Morrow.
Higgin.
Councillor Morrow?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't know who was first. So just, can you bring it down to a simple level? What exactly are we doing with this resolution? Like, what's going to come of this, and what are we actually doing? Can you simplify this for me and make it as simple as can be?
Extending the current facial covering bylaw till April 30th. And if we have time to get administration to prepare an amending bylaw that will harmonize with the chief medical officer's exemption order.
Okay, so nothing changes. We're basically extending the date from February 23rd to April 30th. And in the meantime, there could be a new bylaw come forward following the proper process to change our City of Lethbridge mask bylaw. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin, did you have a question?
No, that's okay, thanks.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Miyashiro.
I'll leave it to my colleagues for start debate.
Okay, who would like to debate? Councillor Parker?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I don't want to say too much of what I already said. I'm glad the amendment is there. So I am going to be voting against it because I still believe that the province's guidelines are the ones we should be following in line, and that this is redundant for us to have a law in place. And I believe that we should be an expert at listening to the experts, and that's Alberta Health. And so I will be voting against this.
Acting Mayor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, but I've already said the majority of what I need to say. I'm going to be listening to the experts on this one, and obviously there's already a mask bylaw in effect, or a health order in effect from the province, and I'm going to listen to them, and so I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so this is pretty decent, I guess, because all we really have done is extended our existing bylaw. We probably could have done this, as Councillor Parker said, back, an hour and a half ago with just a simple extension of the date. But we didn't do it, and we went through a bunch of, I'm going to call it politicking, because that's what I believe it was. At the end of the day, I want to make sure that people hear at least where I'm coming from. We have a provincial mask order. So there is nobody from any other community that can come to our city. We can't go to any other community. We can't go shopping anywhere else if we think we get away with it by not wearing a mask bylaw. We used to be able to do that, but we can't anymore. There's a provincial order. So once again, the provincial order comes from Dr. Dina Henshaw, the experts. And here we are for an hour and a half to 2 hours, however long it's been, pretending that we are the experts. We don't need this. Even though I put in the amendment of the date, I'm glad it was supported, because I know that in the community, because I know this is going to pass. So in the community, at least now the community has some sense and some hope that even though our bylaw means nothing, it's only going to exist till April 30th, unless somebody else wants to bring another resolution forward, and we can have at this again for another 2 hours. So again, we don't need this, period. Everything's already in place for the entire province. I don't know how much more clear I can make that. And for any of you that say our mask bylaw is necessary because it's going to save lives, it's going to stop the spread, it's going to do all these things that you're throwing out there, it's not true. There is a provincial bylaw. So for those reasons, I won't support the resolution.
Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, everyone, for the debate. It's been quite fascinating. I think back to the recommendation that was originally brought to SBC by the experts that are part of city administration, who actually asked that this be extended till December 31st, 2021. And so I guess sometimes it's about which experts you want to listen to. And our staff have asked us that we would extend this. I wish we had extended all the way to December so that it would be in place, and till the epidemic is over. But I will support this because even though, yes, we'll be going roundabout again in April, this does give us both the bylaw and the health order. It does allow our administration to have two different tools and techniques. And it is about having different tools that we can use. It's having, some options about which one is most effective, which one will work best. So I will be supporting this because, yes, sometimes you have to listen to the experts, but it's about which experts you choose to listen to.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this, and I regret nothing that I said earlier. I will always try to protect and save the citizens who we represent. I think there have been people whose memory is faulty. Last year, right from the first wave through the second wave, the provincial medical officer of health was strongly recommending that people wear masks. It was the Premier of Alberta that mandated masks be made compulsory on December the 1st, 2020, after the month of November, when this province had become the highest per capita rate of infection in the country. That was a disgrace. We did our best in the city of Lethbridge, and our numbers, we struggled with our numbers, and we've heard the medical officers of health saying, what's happening is people are congregating. It's the social gatherings that are causing the problem, and we never know where a person has been. They will come into a place of employment, they will come into a place of business, and they've been socializing on the weekend. And they come into that place and they infect numerous other people. It's really important that people wear masks. It's really important that people do their best to protect each other. The medical officers of health were saying wear masks for 8 months last year before the government made it a public health order. That was a failure. 4% of this province believes this government has done a very good job combating the pandemic. 4%. That's who we're relying on. So I am proud to say we should extend this mask bylaw and that we should all do our best to keep our businesses safe, keep our people safe, and make sure that we continue to do that going forward until this pandemic has been defeated. It won't be defeated in April. Nobody's saying that. Everybody's saying the population at large will not be inoculated until at least September. So we need a mask bylaw in place so we can protect each other and keep our businesses safe. I will happily support this bylaw or this resolution. Thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I too will support the motion that's in front of us. Just sort of scanning news as we were in recess there a little while ago. The City of Calgary has actually extended its state of local emergency another 90 days. And Dr. Hinshaw has now stated that, and I'm quoting from a CBC headline, Alberta won't decide whether to ease more restrictions until at least March 1st. The two articles actually emphasize kind of what we're deliberating here. First and foremost, and I apologize to those who think I get all academic-y by citing the law, but Section 3C of the Municipal Government Act actually charges us with community safety, and we can call safety whatever we want. We can define it how we want. The City of Calgary looks at it differently than the City of Lethbridge does. And to the point earlier made that we've got a provincial health order in place, absolutely we've got a provincial health order in place. But we also know that there are moving parts with the provincial government, and we are not receiving the reassurance that any provincial health order ending is going to actually end up addressing South Zone. I am trusting of Dr. Satorp that will occur, but we don't have any sort of reassurance from anybody at the moment regarding that. So having something in place, I think, fulfills our mandate under Section 3C of the Municipal Government Act. Additionally, I think it's important that if we can have the amendment to the bylaw that we are in line with the public health order, it removes that fear and that frustration that the same business owner who contacted me and I think contacted everybody has in the struggles that he's having in terms of enforcement. I think we have to get that changed sooner rather than later. So that we are mimicking what the public health order is. So we can make this decision again in April. I appreciate Councillor Morrow bringing that forward. We can make this decision again in April, and we can look at it as the moving parts move around the board, and we're facing different circumstances at that time, as we will be. So the way the motion sits today, with the information we have today, and where we are today, I will support the motion.
Thank you. I see Councillor Croson's back in the queue. You've already spoken in debate. Is there? Are you?
Councillor Campbell.
Councillor Campbell.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. I've been vacillating on this since our meeting, where I wanted to extend the bylaw, and I wanted to have a lot of consultation between our own medical officers of health and her friend Dina Henshaw, and that was defeated. And then I started to think, well, we do have the provincial bylaw that makes sense. Why not just go with that? And in the event that things get get rolling again, we can create another bylaw and reinstitute it. But having heard the debate and having talked and thought about it, this makes sense that we maintain our bylaw that we have in this city to protect the people that we have in this city. So after much thought, I will be supporting this resolution.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'll ask Councillor Miyashiro to close.
Call the question.
Question's been called. We'll do it by roll call.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson. I'm sorry? Thank you. Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
6 to 3, that's carried.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move now on to inquiries. I believe there was a late inquiry. Was there?
Yes, Ryan will put it on the screen right away.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, can you put it on the screen? Thank you. Delayed? So it died.
Okay, what is the inquiry?
You got it? Okay, thanks.
Okay, there's an inquiry by Councillor Kaufman. City Council received an email from Mr. Russ Bly, condominium property manager with Home Property Services. The subject was recycling clarification. Mr. Bly is seeking clarification on the date at which multifamily units over 45 units will have to implement the new recycling processes. In October 2020, Mr. Bly was advised the deadline was December 2021. However, Mr. Bly was recently advised the date is now March 31st, 2021. Mr. Bly is requesting that City Council clarify the matter. Can the City Manager or designate advise City Council on the correct date? Additionally, Mr. Bly was advised that it was City Council who made the decision on the timelines. Can the City Manager or designate remind City Council of the decisions that affected this change?
Thank you, Worship, and we'll reply in writing at the next council meeting.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to council updates. Are there any council updates? Okay, Councillor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I have an update from Civic Works SPC. As it's not a recommendation, we didn't put it in the consent agenda, so I'm putting it on the agenda here. At our last Civic Works SPC meeting, we had an update on the Transportation Master Plan. And at our April 1st meeting, we will be holding a visioning session to come up with a vision that will guide administration in the development of the Transportation Master Plan. As you can imagine, this is one of our larger plans, so we'll be having a guided, facilitated session. Now, what I would like to do is to invite all of my council colleagues who would like to be part of that visioning session to come to the April 1st Civic Works SPC so that you can be part of the conversation about that vision that will be created. Of course, as it's an SPC, all members of council are most welcome to participate. Of course, so are members of the public. As you know, all members of council can attend any SPC You will not, of course, count towards the quorum and you cannot vote, but you can be part of the discussion. So please mark April 1st, 1:30 p.m. on your council calendars. And please come if you're able. If you have any questions about what we're going to be doing, let me know, but we'll be sending you out information and a more formal request by email. But I just wanted to make sure all my colleagues had that date and knew that we would love to see you. And it's not an April Fool's joke. It really is a real invitation for April 1st, 1:30.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I apologize to my colleagues for not having this in writing as an update, but both committee meetings happened recently and I haven't had a chance to submit to Agenda Review Committee. Brief updates on the two committees that Council graciously allowed members of Council to sit on for a very brief period of time. Tourism Lethbridge will be holding their AGM, I believe the second week in April, maybe the third week in April. And that will be the end of our commitment to having membership on that board. Shout out to anyone in the public if you're interested in serving on a governance committee in our community. Please contact either me or anyone from Lethbridge Tourism, and we'd love to chat with you about that. The second update is for the Performing Arts Steering Committee. Our work is winding down as well. I'm hopeful that over the next couple of weeks, that committee will wrap up their work and have some recommendations in front of Council per our terms of reference, and that will bring to a close that extension as well. So just an update to my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Actually, just a follow-up to sort of the theme of Councillor Crowson's statement, and this was something that occurred at the community safety meeting, and there was question raised about the number of members of council in attendance and participation. The SPCs, of course, are limited in terms of voting members to 4, so you never have a majority of council. But there was question raised about the whole a majority of council at least gathering for a conversation. I don't know, Madam Clerk, if you are prepared at this moment to address that, or if you want to, could maybe put together something that members of council can be reminded as to why that was put in place, or whether or not there is a factual statement about 5 members or more gathering. I know that in the past, a majority of us have certainly gone for adult beverages following a council meeting to download. So I know that we have practiced that behavior, but we've never moved goalposts, which is the important part. And I'm wondering if there could be clarification provided to members of council as to the difference of an SPC, which meets in public, which has a very clear voting structure to it, a very clear participation structure to it, and the concept of members of council gathering as a majority outside public view.
Thanks for the question. Yes, this did come up. I was watching the meeting, so I understand what you're asking. And as you did say, the mandates do specify that the committees are a quorum of 4. So if more members of council wanted to join that meeting, that would be fine. They could participate, they can debate, but they can't vote. So that would be fine. I do have the parliamentarian in the room, so I'm going to defer some of the questions to David, and he can answer more questions about quorum.
So thank you. So the question really is about the standing policy committees and what their role is. The role is defined in the procedure bylaw. Council made an amendment to the procedure bylaw, which came into effect in December, which defined what the roles are. And as mentioned before, each of the committees consists of 4 members, and those members are the ones that form the quorum and are the only ones that vote. Just like with CIC or past finance committees, which we had in place, all members of council can be in attendance to say so wish. Ultimately, though, it's those 4 members which make the decision, and really their only decision will be to make a recommendation to council. Council, as before, is the final authority and are the body that makes the decision. At this point, really, there is nothing delegated to each of those standing policy committees in terms of decision-making, other than making recommendations and advice to City Council.
Excellent. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Parker?
Thank you, and I appreciate that question of Councillor Kaufman, because a lot of members of the outside of the board were on teams and all that. So, and I tried to encourage people to ask questions, and I think that was, and I appreciate that question from Councillor Kaufman, because some people said where they weren't allowed to speak and all that. So did you say, am I clear on that, Madam City Clerk, that they can participate in the debate?
Yes, that's correct. It's in the procedure bylaw.
Okay, so they can participate in the debate. Okay, I was under the impression they could just participate in asking questions on it, but I did not know that. So unless otherwise changed in the TORs, the terms of reference, they're allowed to debate.
Allowed to debate. I'm just going to look at David, and he's nodding his head. Yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's no further council updates. I think we have to recess the meeting, and then we have to go into closed session. The media are waiting to interview at this time. So we could take a break for 15 minutes. And so we're now at 6:40. Might as well make 7 o'clock. Okay, 20 minutes. Okay, we'll recess for 20 minutes.
We're just slowly coming back into the room. Live stream has started to become, the chair will call the meeting to order when they're ready.
Ryan, you sound like you're commentating on a golf match.
Or poker.
Are we in camera?
We're about to go in camera. I think we're just waiting for Nick.
I'm more mean, or can we talk without the public hearing us? Thank you.
Okay, can we have a motion to go in camera, please?
I'll move that.
Okay, so moved. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Okay,